Good morning, everyone. So we are in beautiful Barcelona, the ones that are here in the room. We also have people online, so good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever it fits you. I am Ana Tavares Latibaudière. I'm the Executive Director for Global Platform. It's my pleasure to welcome you today to our seminar. We have a packed agenda, so I'm going to try to make sure that everyone keeps to time as much as possible. We're going to start with an introduction and welcome from our Global Platform Chair, Stephanie Romrey. So Stephanie unfortunately couldn't join us in Barcelona, but she is online and ready to give her presentation. So let's welcome her.
Hello, everyone. So welcome to our SESIP seminar. Thanks for joining. For those in the room, you are really lucky. I would love being with you in Barcelona. I hope you enjoyed the tapas and sangria yesterday night, but not too much. And thanks for those who are remotely, either in the morning, early morning, in the afternoon, or in the night, depending where you are located. Thank you to our sponsors, SGS Brightside, ST Microelectronics and Winburn. And obviously, thank you to our speakers and panelists who will share their perspective on SESIP today. This is the second edition of this seminar. We hosted one in Austin in March. I really hope that you will learn from this presentation. Don't hesitate to raise your questions. Either in the room, raise your hand, and I guess we will give you a mic. Or remotely, you have the control panel, and you can raise your questions through the chat. The staff in Barcelona will monitor all these questions. First, a few words about Global Platform. Global Platform, it's an ecosystem that brings together different stakeholders sharing a common goal, which is reduce the time to market and cost for secure digital services. How we are reaching that goal? We have an organization where we have regional task force that bring their requirement with their regional or local flavor. And we have other task force that are more market driven. We have the automotive task force. We have the EID wallet task force. We have the security task force. All those task force bring their requirements that are used by our technical committees. Global Platform, it's over 200 technical documents, whatever, specification, configuration, test suite, protection profile. And it's over 20 years of successful collaborations and billions of SE and TE in the field today. So to reach that goal, we are also have a lot of collaborations with different standard bodies or market-driven organizations. And this collaboration aim to avoid overlap and ensure the consistency in the technology. And most importantly, we have members from chip vendors, device manufacturers, cloud platform providers, mobile operator, application developer, labs, and so on. GP is helping to build, certify. Sorry, I guess I have an issue with the presentation. Hope you can see it. So GP is helping to build, certify, deploy, and manage trusted digital services. It starts with the root of trust, where we have all the specification for the secure components. Then we have the trusted platform services, where we specify how to use this secure component within the device. We have obviously the certification that ensures the trust between the different stakeholders. It includes the functional and security through GP certification schemes, and obviously SESIP, and you will hear a lot about SESIP today. And last, the deployment and management of those objects in a connected environment. If you want to learn more about GP, don't hesitate to visit our website, follow our social network to have news about the latest specification that have been published. And if you are interested in becoming a member, don't hesitate to contact us or to reach out to Anna if you are in Barcelona. Last word, be aware that we will have our next face-to-face meeting for the members in Lisbon, the second week of November. We have also another seminar that is coming, the Cybersecurity Vehicle Forum on November 17 in Munich, right after Autotech event. And we will have a certified trust seminar in November in Taipei to talk about the IoT security ecosystem in Taiwan. And I guess I have to hand over to Eva Talaso from NXP to give you a full picture of what is SESIP. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you, Stephanie. So yes. Yes, so we have Eva Talaso from NXP, which she's the chair of our SESIP subtask force, and she's going to give us a presentation explaining what SESIP is, its goals, and what it does. So thank you, Eva.
So hi, I'm Eva Talaso from NXP Semiconductor. And in NXP, I'm supporting the security certification of our products. And I'm also highly involved in the security evaluation methodology, and currently in particular in SESIP that I will introduce today. So let's start by showing what is the challenge of this IoT ecosystem. So we have IoT devices today that are everywhere in our lives, that are highly connected, and so they are perfect target for attackers. And because of this, you need to raise the security level in this type of networks. And for that, you have many IoT standards and regulation that are popping up a lot more and more. And that they all have the same aim. It's to define security requirements to be able to raise this security in this IoT ecosystem. So for IoT devices developer, it's now time to show compliance demonstration to those standards, but it can be quite complex and costly because of the number of such standards for different verticals, different use cases. So this is a first really important challenge in this ecosystem. And this is even more complex when you are considering that an IoT device is not just a monoblock. It's made of many different components, and some of those components can even be developed from different developers. And so having a security assessment of the IoT device at the final product level is almost impossible, at least without the support of the component developers, when those components are implementing the security feature of the IoT device, for sure. So it will be very complex, very costly for an IoT device developer, vendor, to go back to all of the component developers to have the information he needs to show the compliance demonstration of its product to those standards. And it will be a lot of effort also for the component developers to support all of the IoT device, all of its customers. Even more, because those components, developer side, they can be embedded in many different, at least several different products. So to show compliance, to provide testing results and so on to each of those customers for each use case, for the different IoT standards, this can be a real cost, a real effort. So this is where SESIP want to provide a solution to optimize, to reuse the results of one evaluation for us to answer several of compliance demonstration. So we will see that, but just first, let's define the scope of the SESIP methodology. This is what we call the IoT platform. Here you can see really an example of representation, but it can be many other type of product. You can have the application outside, inside, or even in the remote. So just consider that the IoT platform is the component, is made of the component that are implementing the security feature for the IoT device. What is really important also to understand before going further into the SESIP methodology is what is SESIP role and what is SESIP place in the IoT ecosystem. So SESIP is not, absolutely not, an implementation standard. It's not an implementation specification. It is not defining what needs to be implemented for a specific product, type of product. It's an evaluation methodology. So it takes, you have standard specification that are defining like the 303645, the 62443, the NIST 845025, many numbers. Those are defining what are the security requirements to be implemented. And what SESIP offers is to take those security devices, to include them into a SESIP system, SESIP world, to be able to evaluate the security, to assess the security of those security requirements, and as output is providing evidences that the security requirements have been correctly implemented and are resistant to a certain level of attack. And it provides these outputs. Those outputs can be used for compliance demonstration to those security requirements. So let's see how SESIP can do that. For optimization, so the main purpose of SESIP is to provide optimization and efficiency in those security assessments. So for that, it allows reuse. And so you can evaluate, assess one component, because as we have said, the IoT devices are made of components made from potentially several developers. So one developer can do the security assessment of its component, and then the results of the security components at the security assessment at the component level will be able to be reused when this component will be integrated into a wider scope, so into different products. It could be in one IoT platform or several. So when it's integrated into this wider scope that needs to be evaluated, there will be no need to redo the evaluation, the security assessment activities. Only the integration in this wider scope will need to be assessed. And you can, and we call, if it's evaluated, if the wider scope is with different other components, that can have been also been certified before or not. We call that a composition. And so you can have several composition until you reach the IoT platform that you need for your specific IoT device. And all those results at the end, when you have your final IoT platform, you can reuse the security assessment evidences to show compliance to the IoT standards, to one or several IoT standards. With one evaluation, you are filling the requirements, you are showing that you are filling the requirements for several IoT standards. So yes, this reuse, how is it possible? SESIP has defined for that its own database of security feature that will be able to be claimed, its own database of security activities to be performed, and in a way, they have been defined in a way that it can easily be mapped to the other IoT standards. So you can directly reuse it. It should not be an effort, an additional effort to reuse those evidences, or a very limited effort. So let's see how concretely this happens. The security feature that you will be able to claim, for instance, are written in a very understandable and intuitive language. This is really different. This is really important, sorry. So for instance, you have the security initialization of platform. So right away, you know what is the purpose of the security feature that you will need to evaluate. And you can right away map it to the secure boot of another IoT standards, or usually in the other IoT standards, it's called secure boot. So the mapping is quite straightforward. And to support, you have, of course, the requirement details, which is also written in a normal language that every IoT stakeholder will be able to understand. And you have also the support of two other descriptions, which is the value that will explain the benefit and the use case of the security feature, and the consideration description that will provide guidance to use and fulfill this security feature. So this is one example, but in fact you have a whole list of such security feature. So here, just to remind, this is not the list of security feature to be implemented. Absolutely not. It's a catalog of security feature. You will need to select which are the ones that correspond to the security feature that you have implemented and that you want to be evaluated. So you have examples of those security features. So they are quite straightforward. The verification of platform identity. You also have the cryptographic features. You have the security initialization that we have seen, the secure update of platform, which is a really important feature, etc., etc. So all the security feature that you will find in an IoT device that will be needed for the security of an IoT device. Now we will just focus a little bit on the last, category, which is called extra attacker resistance, because always in this intent of optimization and efficiency, SESIP provides a default context for attack, which is I will say the lowest one, which is, for instance, a remote attack only will be considered, because this is important that when you do a security assessment, you only evaluate what is needed for your use case. So if you have, for instance, an IoT device, which is a domotic device inside your house, this will not be needed to consider physical attack. So it would be an unuseful effort to have such type of assessment, while it will not be submitted to this type of attack in the field. So this is why the default context is remote attack only, and trusted code only is that your device is only made, I would say, on by a trusted code. You will not have untrusted code that will potentially attack your IoT platform. Only when you need additional protection. When you know that your device will be in a public environment, for instance, you will claim the security feature that you have here, physical attacker resistance. And if you have the possibility to have code, untrusted code loaded into your device, you will also claim an extra resistance requiring isolation that will protect your IoT platform from those untrusted code. Now, again, for efficiency, different still your use case, you may not want to have the highest security depending on your IoT device, depending on the use, depending on the risk assessment you did. So we have defined it in SESIP as 5 security assurance level. So the first one is a self-assessment. This is the entry for IoT vendors that want to start with security, let's say. So it's self-assessment, but the self-assessment, it still need to be validated by an evaluation lab. So you will need to provide the claim, which will be in a security target. Of course, obviously, user guidance, and there will be a self-test checking to ensure also that your product is not vulnerable to non-vulnerability. So this is really the basic level of verification. Then in SESIP 2, now you start to have a third party to perform the testing. So you will need to provide some additional documentation or information to support the evaluator to do this its vulnerability analysis. In SESIP 3, you are starting, and SESIP 2, sorry, it's done in black box testing, so you're not providing the implementation. So it's really to protect against the basic type of attacks that will occur in the field. SESIP 3, you are starting to provide the source code, so you have a white box vulnerability analysis. So you start to have deeper assurance after you have passed the certification. And SESIP 4 and SESIP 5, you are raising the assurance level by providing more evidence, and the evaluator will be able to do a deeper analysis. And of course, for all those different levels, you have a level of resistance, a resistance of the products that is also raising. So these are the penetration testing parts, the AV-AVAN. An important thing to mention about, we have seen that the developer will need to provide inputs for the evaluation analysis. So the important thing on SESIP, it's really focused on vulnerability analysis. So all the information that will be provided by the developer to the evaluator is done so the evaluator can make its vulnerability analysis. So defining the attack surface, identifying the targets in the implementation that will need to be reviewed. All developer input are targeted to do that, and it is not, there is no formal way to provide those information. The important thing is that the information are provided. So there is no, just to say, there is no documentation formal analysis. So it makes the security assessment, we say that it's made it lighter, not in terms of security level, but just in terms of documentation analysis. So these were the base tool of SESIP. So the security feature to be implemented that can be claimed, the security evaluation tasks. Now, this security claim will need to be provided through the security target. When you want to have a template for a specific product, saying you need to define the minimum security requirements to be evaluated for a type of product, you will use a SESIP profile. It will ensure that for a same type of product, you will have comparability between the different products. It's really important for the certificate consumer, so they can know what they will what they will, which is the best product for its own case, for its own use case. So for instance, in terms of SESIP profile, we already have the SESIP core MCU MPU profile. So for the really core security feature of an IoT device, we have SESIP PSA level 2 and level 3, secure memory, SESIP profile for the secure memory type of products, and we have some others that are ongoing. And then you have the mappings. So for those ones, I will go to the next slide. The mappings are really aiming at be used to show compliance demonstration to other IoT standards. So you have an IoT standards with the security requirements, as we have seen previously, and you have the other way, the SESIP requirements, and you need to have this correspondence between the two. So the mapping is doing that. And this correspondence, it can be just a simple mapping between the requirements, but it can also need to define, for instance, SESIP side, some refinements, so you are sure that all the aspects of the requirement in the IoT standard, in one or several IoT standards, are covered by the SESIP security requirement. And then when a product is using this mapping to claim its security, to do the security evaluation, so when it's claiming the security feature in accordance with this mapping, the certificate is generated, and the evidences as outputs of this certification can be directly reused by to show compliance demonstration to the standard. Because of course, the intent of this mapping is that it's recognized by the IoT, the external IoT standards. So here you have an example. You have 3 different certificates. But in fact, you can also have a composition to, at the end, have only one certificate. And you can also, I'm talking about security target, but you can also do a profile for a group of security feature. So this offers a lot of flexibility how to build your set of evidences for compliance demonstration to the IoT standards. And here, this is just to provide a concrete example. You have the ETSI 303645 IoT standards, which is defining the security features to be implemented. And so the mapping of SESIP, for instance, for the provision 1, which is no universal default password, it could be the SESIP SFR authenticated access control. And to be sure that you are covering all the aspects of the ETSI provision, you will need to define some refinements. And if you do your certification according to this mapping, you can directly reuse the results for compliance demonstration. And just to mention, this is really important also, we have seen that SESIP is not an implementation specification, but it's not either a test specification. As in CC, they need to be supported by the GIL documentation and so on. This is the same for SESIP. So in the case of ETSI, they have defined their own testing specification, and this can be brought into SESIP. For instance, the XC TSO, it's for the manual requirements. This can be mapped to the SESIP user guidance analysis, so AGD pre and OP for the ones who knows, with the refinement that it needs to take into consideration to implement the XC TSO requirements of the 103.701 from ETSI, and same for the tests. So the test group are defined in the 103.701 from the ETSI, and it can be mapped to the SESIP. It can be covered by the SESIP functional testing activities, defining that it needs to take into consideration this test specification. So now today, SESIP is currently working. It's a methodology published by a global platform. You have a global platform SESIP licensing that is issuing a logo for the certification that have been that have been issued, that have been done in a certain, in the global platform SESIP context. So you have one scheme, one certification body, one scheme, which is TrustCB today. And you have several which is licensed then under a global platform, and you have several labs also which are licensed under a global platform, and it allows a harmonization of the SESIP evaluations, let's say. And SESIP has also been donated to Sensenelec, which is a standardization, a normalization organization. That will allow SESIP to become a European norm. So it should be done next summer. So it's currently ongoing, and you will have a presentation about that after. And so just to conclude, we have seen that SESIP is then an evaluation methodology focused on the optimization and the efficiency that will allow to reduce cost and effort for those in this IoT ecosystem, not lowering at all the security, but just allowing the reuse of activities and avoiding redundancy of security assessment activities that would not bring more value. So it's the ease of mapping with external IoT standards allow to provide the compliance demonstration to those. It's aligned today with all of the IoT standards that are existing, and the way it has been defined, it will be also aligned with the future ones if there is any. It can cover all use case. I think I'm out of time. So I think what is really important to say now is that it's already existing, it's already in use. You have a full certification scheme existing with a significant number of certificates already. It's supported in global platform by many industry stakeholders that they are actively promoting SESIP and working on its maintenance. And it's also externally already recognized by some important players as PSA, NIST, and some other organization, as we are working with the CCC, HC, and a few others. And that's it.
Thank you, Eve. So we're going to have our first, I guess, keynote of the day with Miguel Bagnon from Sensenelec. I believe Miguel is in Asia, if I'm not mistaken, is joining us to give us an update on the status of the publication of SESIP in Sensenelec. So, hi, Miguel. I hope you can hear us.
Hello, good morning. Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can do the same and you can see me. I changed my flight. I'm luckily connecting from home. I have seen briefly the audience and I have seen familiar faces. Let me start by thanking Global Platform for this opportunity to present the efforts from Sensenelec. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on then. So this is a brief presentation of the status of the standardization roadmap for SESIP in Sensenelec, which has been done in the so-called Sensenelec Joint Committee, Technical Committee 13, Working Group 3, and our scope is security evaluation and assessment standards. Let me put you in context before we go to the specifics of SESIP. So I plan to cover a brief presentation of GTC 13, of Working Group 3, the projects that we are running, and then finally the details of the status of the standardization for SESIP. So first of all, let me introduce you to Sensenelec GTC 13. Our title is Cybersecurity and Data Protection. And this is a joint technical committee between Sensenelec We have been running since 2017, so roughly 5 years. It's a young technical committee, but we already have more than 120 European experts, and the numbers are growing as we have more and more responsibility in the standardization landscape in Europe, given the so many activities the European Commission is putting forward. We have 6, or I think it's now 8 working groups for several topics and scopes. We normally meet 3 times per year. Last meeting in Berlin was the first meeting we had face-to-face, and we will meet again in hybrid form in here in Spain, in León, beginning of November 9 and 10th. If you want to blame somebody for the running of the committee, our chairperson is Walter Funi from Germany, and the secretary is also being held by Germany, by the Dean, the standardization body. And our secretariat, very patiently helping us, is Martin Uller. And supported from Sentinel Lake staff is Lawrence Helsnartin. So the scope is really the development of horizontal standards in the field of cybersecurity and data protection, then to be applied for vertical application domains. So like the case of SESIP, we are looking for horizontal standards that may be applicable in IoT or any other vertical domain. The thing is, and the rest of the scope left for you to read, this is a European standardization body, so we only care and we only deal with specific European needs. So anything which is national or anything which goes beyond Europe, international, will be done at either national level or ISO, IEC, or mainly ISO, IEC standardization level. So the first thing we do is to gather European needs that could be management systems, data protection, services, competence requirements, security requirements. And then because we are partner and we mirror the international level, and we also have collaboration with our partner, a European organization, which is SESIP, and we discuss with also other external standardization bodies. We have to have, and we do have a very truthful analysis of whether the topic is really European or is generic. But lately, our activity has increased because we are just trying to support European legislation. And this is becoming a hot topic nowadays. We are especially busy trying to draft harmonized standard for the activation of 3 DEF articles of the Radio Equipment Directive. Also, the certification schemes under the Cybersecurity Act require some specific standards to support their deployment. And we have heard about new directives coming for the cyber resilience, which require products, we will require products to comply with some essential security requirements. So all these things probably will require European specific standards, and that is the scope of GTC 13. I've left in the presentation that will be hopefully distributed later a link to the web page of Sentinel GTC 13 and also a copy of our business plan. So within GTC 13, Working Group 3, which is the group I'm very happy to and proud to convene, we focus on security evaluation and assessment. So this is a working group, but we are just focused on the evaluation activities or the testing standards. We have other working groups, for example, Working Group 8, that deals with the harmonized standard for the red. Working Group 6, which develops standards with security requirements for products. So in the same in the same way that Eve has stressed that SESIP is not putting requirements on product, we don't either. We only develop evaluation standards. So we do security evaluation criteria and the methods for applying the criteria. And we also have standards for the security specification of IT products and the testing methods for that conformity assessment. Basically, this is a way to say that we are doing both evaluation standards and conformity testing standards. If you want to blame somebody here, you can blame me for the lack of results or quality of the standards, and the Secretariat is supported by UNE, the Spanish Association for Standardization. Okay. In Sensenelec, the first thing we did when we created the joint working group was to adopt international standards as European norms. This is required to facilitate the reference of these standards by European legislation. So we have adopted 15408, the common criteria, as European standard. This adoption was to the previous version. 15408 has just been revised, and the revised adoption is in progress. The same goes for the companion evaluation methodology in 18045. We have also adopted as European standard 19790, the security requirements for cryptographic modules, and some other standards dealing with vulnerability handling and disclosure, as well as for competence requirements for both common criteria and 19790 testers, labs, and the testers. Okay. So these standards that I'm showing here have been referenced by the draft EUCC candidate scheme. So we are providing the capability for this EUCC to reference European standards in the implementation. Okay, so adoption of international standards is an easy task. We just have to take the decision, but a little more complex is to develop real European specific standards. So the first project we initiated some time ago was 17640, which is the fixed time cybersecurity evaluation methodology for ICT product. And this is about to be published. I think it was published yesterday. And this standard is the European agreement based on several existing lightweight evaluation processes put into place by several governmental certification bodies in Europe. And the aim is to facilitate the evaluation process to developers. And well, it has just been published. And from the beginning, it was designed to support compliance of the Cybersecurity Act 3 levels of assurance, basic, substantial, and high. And I think it was published, as I said, yesterday. Another project we're running are the requirements for conformity assessment bodies certifying cloud services. And this is a technical specification still on draft. We will see when we finish this. And this is intended to support the assessment process for compliance with future requirements for cloud services according to the future EUCS certification scheme. So we initiated this standard by request from ENISA, as they saw a need to have something standardized in this area. Okay, the third project we are running is something called Guidelines on Sectoral Cybersecurity Assessment. And this is a risk analysis methodology and assessment which also was initiated under the request from ENISA. And this is intended to support the risk analysis that you need to carry forward when you are designing a certification scheme. So the idea is that this standard will support the design of CSA certification schemes. Again, this one is in draft, and let's see when we can finish and publish this one. And last but not least, and I put it on the last to allow for further discussion, is our lovely security evaluation for IoT platforms, SESIP. You may notice the title is a little bit different from the original document. So the standard, European standard, will be called security evaluation, sorry, for secure IoT platforms. I missed the secure thing. In Sensenelec, we have the concept of project leader. And this is, for example, similar to the editor in ISO. The project leader is responsible to prepare the text, to improve the text, and to attend the drafting of the comments solutions and come to consensus at the editing stage. And we have been very lucky to count as project leader with Eve. Thank you, Eve, for all your efforts here. And she was supported as co-leader by Olivier. And thank you, Olivier, also for helping us. The content of the European standard, or the future European standard, is more or less the content of the SESIP previously published by Global Platform. It has gone through several rounds of comments and improvements, but basically is the same thing. So as it has been already explained, this is a security evaluation methodology for platforms and platform parts of connected IoT products. So I will not go into the details because Eve has done it much better. But as I said, the text itself, I think, has been improved through the standardization process, but in essence is the same thing that the Global Platform submitted to Sensenelec for standardization. And let me come to the current status of the standardization process. Let me review the history here. We started working with SESIP in Working Group 3 back in 2020. And the request from Global Platform, we initiated what we call a feasibility study to analyze the market need, to analyze the specificity of European needs and whether it could fit or overlap with other standards. And in 2021, a formal request for a new work item was received from the Austrian standardization body. So according to the Sensenelec rules, when such a request is submitted by one of the national body countries, it has to be balloted, and we did. So Sensenelec agreed to start a new project in this area. And national bodies understood that there was a market need. So we were commanded to initiate a work item here and to carry forward the development process. And in Sensenelec, the development process standard is quite simple. It's allocated to a working group, and then we have to prepare a first working draft. Working drafts are submitted they're distributed and they are submitted for comment all over Europe through all the Sensenelec standardization bodies and then to the registered experts. They submit comments and with a lot of patience and knowledge, the project editor meets with the originators and discuss the outcome and the response for the projects, and then we prepare a new draft until the editing group and the working group considers that the draft is ready for standardization, is finished. And that has happened in a very short time frame. We were very lucky that the original contribution, the SESIP document as contributed by Global Platform, was already mature. So in Working Group 3, under the command of our project leader, we were able to conclude last June that the draft we had was ready for publication. Now, when the working group decides that there are two things still to happen for it to become a standard. It has to be submitted to what is called a formal public inquiry. And before submitted to the public inquiry, we have to convince the JTC 13 chair and secretariat, because they are the ones who take the final decision to submit for public inquiry, and we were able to convince them relatively quickly, and especially given the quality of the document. So the only delaying aspect here is that for the document to be sent for public inquiry, it has to be translated to French and Germany, and that's where we are now. So the translation was started in September and is expected to conclude at the end of November, and then the public inquiry will be submitted, or will be launched. Sorry, that's 2 months. So by the end of February, we will have the results of the public inquiry, and these results may include comments, either technical or editorial, coming from the national bodies, and then the project leader and the rest of the interested experts will have to address those comments if there is any. And if they are mostly editorial and there are no technical issues, then the text can be quickly updated and submitted to the final formal vote that leads to the publication. So it was already anticipated by Eve. We expect SESIP to become a European standard, European norm in summer next year. So that's my brief presentation of JTC 13 Working Group 3 and of the status of the standardization process of SESIP.
Thank you, Miguel. So we're gonna have a keynote now from the room. So we have Slavomir Gorniak from ENISA joining us to give us an overview of the current European cybersecurity legislation and an outlook for the future. So thank you, Slavomir, for joining us.
So good morning, and first of all, in first words, thank you very much for having invited ENISA for this very interesting workshop. What I would like to talk about is basically I would like to take you through the ecosystem of cybersecurity legislation from the EU, so the European cybersecurity legislation. I'm sure that most of these things will be quite well known for you, at least for most of you. But I tried to summarize somehow what has been happening for the last years from where we came and actually where are we now and what are the prospects for the future. Of course, at the end, also, I would like to piggyback somehow on this presentation, also to present the state of play at ENISA. So where we are with certification schemes, what are we doing at this moment? And also, because well, this also becomes, well, this also belongs to the whole family of cybersecurity legislation, given that cybersecurity schemes are also part of legislation. So this is a slide basically depicting what can be considered as a cybersecurity landscape of the EU. I will go through afterwards many of these acts to explain them in more detail, what they consist and what's their relation with cybersecurity, because sometimes it's not obvious. Well, when we started, well, ENISA has been established in 2004. Basically, there was no regulation, no European law devoted to cybersecurity. Even our tasks as the agency were basically to find niche somehow in some areas that were not yet occupied, let's say, by national authorities, by industry players, by standards, and so on. So we came from really from very far, and even throughout the existence of my agency, so the agency for EU Agency for Cybersecurity, as mentioned, well, these tasks in various regulations were coming quite slowly, one by one. Well, of course, the first regulation that can be considered having some relation with cybersecurity was the GDPR, so General Data Protection Regulation. I will show you just very briefly afterwards that despite this mainly privacy, it has some cybersecurity aspects. But the first real piece of legislation that was really devoted to cybersecurity was the Network and Information Security Directive, and basically afterwards everything came further. So it's very important actually to see the difference between regulation and directive. So the directive is a legal act that afterwards has to be transposed in every member state to the national law. So basically, basing on directive, the national authorities have to prepare a national law for implementing this directive, while the regulation is a piece of, it's a legislative act that is valid on the spot in every member state. Of course, not on the spot, but there is always 1-2 years of let's say, preparatory period. So after this Network and Information Security Directive, basically we had a plethora of new acts that has been prepared. So of course, the first one is the EU Cybersecurity Act that regulates the existence of ENISA, so of my agency, and prepares for cybersecurity certification framework. And since then, we have various other legislative acts. So here I mentioned Radio Equipment Directive, which at the beginning was not really cybersecurity related, but it became last year with the publication of our implementing act. European Chips Act that is under preparation. Of course, eIDAS regulation, that is a big regulation for electronic identities and trust service providers. I will talk about it in a moment. Artificial Intelligence Act that is under preparation. Cyber Resilience Act that is also under preparation, and I forgot actually to put on this slide the AI Act, so Artificial Intelligence Act, that I will actually include later in my presentation anyway. We talked about standards. Miguel, a moment ago, has presented us activities of Sentinel JTC 13. There is also ETSI, TC Cyber, TC ISG, SAI, and other groups from ETSI that are very active in cybersecurity field. Basically, all these acts recently mention standards. So basically, this is something that is very important to underline here, that standards has become something really important in cybersecurity world. The policymakers and legislative authorities have noticed this by requesting actually concrete actions to be based on standards. So that was just as an introduction to the landscape itself. So what you see here is just a short reminder, from many years ago, in which parts the GDPR, so General Data Protection Regulation, has to do with cybersecurity. So we have security of personal data that are covered there. So there are some specific actions that are requested for data processors. GDPR speaks about online privacy and security, so data protection by design and so on. Also, it touches somehow the electronic communications privacy. So, of course, there was a prepared directive for electronic for data protection on e-privacy directive, so-called, which unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, but anyway, it did not go through until now. So there are still some works on this, but we don't know yet. What is the status and actually to which direction it will go. So for the moment, GDPR is the only, let's say, privacy-related regulation. And we have, of course, the privacy-enhancing technologies and tools. And here, this is something that was introduced by GDPR, and ENISA has provided some guidelines in this area. So, as I mentioned, the NIS directive was the first big directive, the first big legislative act devoted to cybersecurity. I will go quickly through it actually, because most important, something that is more important is actually what happens at this moment with the second version of NIS directive. In any way, the directive distinguish digital service providers and operators of essential services that are covered by this directive. There are some sectors that are mentioned by the directive that are covered, that are in scope of it. It requires well certain concrete actions from both digital service providers and operators of services. Also, it introduces the obligation for each member state to have a national cybersecurity strategy. Actually, this picture is already old because basically we have these strategies everywhere. So now all Europe is, well, all European member states have their cybersecurity strategy. After some years of existence of this directive, it went under the review, because this is what happens with all legislative acts of the EU. Sometimes they are assessed what's the impact of them. And the Commission has prepared a new version of NIS directive, and basically the final text of this has been agreed. So we are just waiting for the final okay to go on with it, to go live with this. And well, there were big discussions like what to do with the current directive, because well, it turned out that this directive is going quite well, let's say, in Europe, meaning that well, it has been implemented correctly almost everywhere, and it's working in practice, which is the most important. So there were discussions whether to transform this directive into regulation, but here it has not been done, and this is due to the fact that basically member states of the EU have various considerations regarding, for example, actions of these critical services that they have. There are different things that they consider critical and at different level. Anyway, the most important updates that will be included in this directive is that the new sectors will be covered, and actually this is a plethora of sectors. I didn't put them on the slide, but it's a lot. There is a stronger risk assessment and incident management and cooperation between member states enforced, and also here ENISA, my agency, has a big role to play. Well, for the first time, there is a distinction between essential and important entities. So meaning that, well, most of entities covered by NIS directive will go into important category, but those who are really critical will be put into essential one, and then some of the requirements will change for these entities. Well, size cap rule, so it means that, well, the coverage of the directive starts from bigger enterprises, and here micro and small enterprises were excluded from were excluded from the directive, with certain exceptions indicated in the directive. Here also, well, the legislative authorities took some time on trying to align the existing landscape of cybersecurity legislation. So some of the articles had to be aligned with other legislations. So here, because of the preparation of the new EIDAS directive, the EIDAS regulation, Article 19 of the current one was already repealed. This is about maintaining certain certain security level at trust service providers and notification obligations, and the trust service providers were put under the NIS directive from this time. So when we are at the EIDAS regulation, this is basically the drawing from the first EIDAS regulation. What it is, this is the regulation. Well, basically EIDAS is divided into two parts, one on electronic identification and the second on trust services. Starting from trust services, it introduced the trusted list, so-called trusted list. So basically entities providing certificates, so certification authorities are put on this trusted list if they fulfill certain requirements. And here EIDAS gives us the full supervisory regime, so how to initiate trust services, how to maintain them. They have to be audited every 2 years, and how to terminate them in a way that is not harmful for the consumers of certificates. So below this, in this pyramid of trust, we have the provisions stemming from the regulation itself, those provisions related to qualified and non-qualified trust service providers. These requirements, these provisions are based on standards and best practices. So standards, of course, that was the SESI, that was the main provider of standards in this area. The regulation actually foresees and asks the Commission to prepare a list of standards applicable for certain articles of the regulation. And if the Commission decided not to publish such, let's say, such an indicative list of standards that provide for presumption of compliance, then we as ENISA, we have provided quite a lot of studies in this area, quite a lot of guidelines that are also available, and they are complementing the standards that have been issued. So that's for the trust services, and this is actually the most, that's the part that is more related to cybersecurity. Now we have also the other one on EIDs. These are new trust services that were introduced by the regulation, and all the framework around these services. So at this moment, so the EIDAS regulation goes under review, as I mentioned, and there are some very important updates and proposals that have been. Firstly, what is the most important here is that the new proposal, and that will for sure go through, is the concept of European digital identity wallet, meaning that a digital identity wallet will be a means of identification, and this will somehow resemble to a wallet, to a physical wallet that we have in pocket. So there will be, well, the wallet will be the means of identification, but it will contain attributes for various other, for example, well, pieces, for example, well, driving license, diplomas, and so on and so forth. So there are now, well, discussions how to fulfill this, well, I mean, how to expand, how to work on this concept of the digital identity wallet. And also one of the updates is the recommendation for an EU toolbox for this European digital identity framework. The toolbox, it's something that contains recommendations, minimal requirements, security requirements for a given entity. This is something that recently has been used for many other areas, like for example for 5G. The Commission also has published a 5G toolbox. The proposal introduces also the certification of these wallets under CSA. Of course, this is a problem somehow, because basically until now we have only 3 schemes that we are working on, certification schemes. And it is not clear yet how this certification of these wallets could look like. So what could be certified and in which way, whether this would require a new scheme or whether one of the horizontal schemes that we are already working on. This we will see. There is still, let's say, time to discuss about it. And actually at this very moment, the situation is that we have the European Council group that is working on their, let's say, response to the Commission's proposal. The same is done by the Parliament, and quite soon, well, once we have the final compromise text from the Council, these 2 entities will meet together. So in principle, the timeline was that by the end of October, both the Parliament and the Council should have their final versions, let's say, but it seems that it's very unlikely that this will happen so shortly. So we will have still to wait for the future. Anyway, but coming back to the updates of to the regulation, Well, the proposal also introduced this harmonized approach to trust, security, and interoperability through standards. This means that, well, standards are mentioned in the new version of the regulation in many places. So this is something also that changed from the previous one. Now the stress is really on good quality standards and on requirements that are stemming straight from the standards. There are some new qualified trust services, so apart from the 5, I think, that were mentioned in the first one. And also the new proposal already, what I said earlier, it's aligned, so the legislator tried to harmonize this, the text with other regulations, and this especially with NIS2, given the fact that trust service providers will go under NIS directive in the future. So another piece of legislation that is not yet there and also is a little bit delayed is the Artificial Intelligence Act proposal. Here, basically, the proposal covers mainly matters related to artificial intelligence itself. But there are 2 articles that talk about cybersecurity. Again, as I said, I mean, this is like we cannot say that, well, this AI Act, for example, belongs like straightforward. I mean, is totally devoted to cybersecurity, but it contains provisions that make it actually a cybersecurity-related legislation. So here, the Article 15 of the proposal, we will see if it will remain the Article 15, talks about accuracy, robustness, and cybersecurity of AI. And also the Article 42, presumption of conformity with certain requirements. That's something that also concerns cybersecurity. And here there are various aspects to consider when it comes to cybersecurity provisions of AI Act. So integration of cybersecurity into risk assessment, determination of high-risk systems. This is something that, like for the NIS directive, this is something that has to be somehow worked on still. So the skills and competence of actors related to conformity assessment. Of course, the AI, according to the Act, AI systems, devices will be subject to conformity assessment, and then it is not yet clear, like, well, who will do this and in which way, meaning that how to make sure that the entities auditing or certifying these devices will have necessary skills and competences. And here we have also this regulatory coherence with Cybersecurity Act, so the part on certification. Again, how to go on with the certification of AI systems and devices, whether it should, again, it will require a vertical cybersecurity certification scheme or some horizontal existing schemes, well, not yet existing, but in preparation, will be enough for this. What are the actions for at this moment related to cybersecurity? So, of course, we are preparing for the adoption and implementation of the AI Act when it comes to Article 15 to the cybersecurity requirements. So this is like studied by both the Commission with our small contribution from ENISA. ENISA has made a review of the existing AI cybersecurity related standards. Basically, the final draft was achieved last week. This was sent to multiple stakeholders. If you would like to have a look on it and to comment, please contact me afterwards because, well, I don't know, because, well, many of you are in different, let's say, organizations, and well, this study was sent to many entities. But if not, well, I can share it with you for comments. Also, the European Commission is preparing the standardization request to ESOs, and this will be a big request, but parts of this request will concern cybersecurity issues, so cybersecurity requirements and cybersecurity standards. So we, as ENISA, we help them to with this study actually to see what is actually missing there. And this is a funny thing because, well, this all we had a lot of discussions with the experts that were helping us writing this study, like where basically in AI this cybersecurity starts and when it ends. I mean, AI, well, safety is, I mean, well, all AI Act will be about safety, but then what is really in cybersecurity scope of this? So also we had some struggles when we were writing this study, which standard, I mean, if we miss these studies, I mean, what we are missing and so on. Anyway, I invite you to make comments afterwards. So now something that probably you are waiting the most for. So, well, the Cyber Resilience Act, something that will regulate in principle the connected devices, so IoT devices among others. So the motto that you see here, so if everything is connected, everything can be hacked. These are the words from Ursula von der Leyen, and this is actually great that well, really at the highest level, somebody noticed this well, truism that basically connected devices can be hacked. So the Commission proceeded with an impact assessment and found out that there are for the moment no real incentives to produce secure by design hardware and software. So the answer to this is well, to put in scope of this regulation, because this act will be a regulation, to put the hardware and software products and components placed on the market separately, meaning that these are like concrete well, devices that form a unity. Like for example, for products, it's a computer, it's a laptop, it's a switch, it's a Wi-Fi router, and so on. For software, it's an operational system, it's a game or something else. So this, within the category of products, also the proposal includes remote data processing solution. What is not covered here are non-commercial projects, so all open source and so on, unless these open source parts are sold within the commercial product. The services are not included, so in particular cloud services, because that will be covered by NIS2, and also certain products that the legislator deems sufficiently regulated when it comes to cybersecurity. So from what I heard at this moment, what are the talks about it? So automotive industry will be not subject to this regulation. Also e-health, because well, they are also dealing a lot with their own regulations. Again, this is a proposal, and actually, well, I will go deeper in a moment for this, but this is a proposal that many people wonder whether this will pass in a shape like it is, due to the complexity of the issue and also, you know, various, how to say, requirements from various systems. So, sorry, various not systems, but various categories, let's say, of products and software. So I suppose, well, it was also the case for GDPR, it was the case for NIS, that many sectors and many industries would like to be omitted from regulation, let's say. So let's see, because well, this was, I mean, this Cyber Resilience Act is very fresh. It was just, the draft was published 2-3 weeks ago, I think, and it has not even reached yet the council nor the parliament.
We have a question online. Why is the Cyber Resilience Act a regulation and not a directive?
Well, for this, it's a little bit, well, here we don't have that many, how to say, national dependencies. So the Commission, in general, the Commission decides recently on passing these legislative acts as regulations from the very beginning. So that because basically the cyberspace is somehow unique. So basically we have one, well, it would be very difficult for connected devices to fulfill different requirements in different countries when basically the systems don't have borders. So for the main elements of the Cyber Resilience Act, it is based on this new legislative framework, and it defines cybersecurity rules for placing on the market the hardware and software. This is what I said earlier. Well, it imposes some concrete obligations for manufacturers, and to this I will come back in next slide. I will make a zoom on it. It imposes also cybersecurity essential requirements across the life cycle. So, and this life cycle was set to 5 years. It also requests the ESOs for developing harmonized standards. So actually this harmonized standards in EU nomenclature is actually a standard that is developed by one of the European SDOs. So this is either ETSI or Sensenelec, and they are published in the European official journal. So this is basically considered almost like law, but it's a standard. So it provides for conformity assessment differentiated by level of risk. So we have here the necessity of certify systems, products and software that is highly critical under CSA, so under the certification framework. And it also introduces market surveillance and enforcement. So if, for example, a product is found non-conformant to the regulation, the first punishment would be just to ask to improve the product. But if not, then it can be even removed from the market, and some fines can be imposed. And actually here there's a big numbers are put in the proposal of the regulation. Also, but this is the proposal, and still the regulator proposes that to make a review of this surveillance and enforcement. And here, in case there's sufficiently of, there's a lot of, let's say, voices claiming that this doesn't work, then ENISA will be asked to make a new, to reassess the situation and propose other solutions. So when it comes to these obligations, they basically can be split into 2 parts. So for design and development phase, the manufacturers will need to assess the essential requirements, cybersecurity requirements for their products. Also, they will need already at the moment of planning the how to deal with handling vulnerabilities of these systems, of these products. And from the very beginning, a technical file has to be prepared containing all the information about products and software. And this is something that's, I still remember when I worked, I think 15 years ago for, even more, for a private company providing telecommunications equipment. And whenever new products were put on the market, and basically that company was buying various providers, and then it was impossible to put this, sometimes it was really impossible even for us to put this these various pieces of hardware to work together, because there was basically no instructions, no information about how it is conceived. So anyway, this should be avoided, and somebody noticed that this can be a problem. And
I have another 2 questions, if that's okay.
I think we have only 7 minutes, so if I can extend afterwards my talk, it's fine.
Yeah.
Because I'm still, I still have a couple of slides, but not that many. But
yeah.
So it links also the these provisions. The provisions are linked to the conformity assessment, so to the CE sign. So basically, there are new provisions for the CE sign that products and software will need to fulfill in order to get this sign. The second part, so the maintenance phase, 5 years across or across product lifetime, so whichever is shorter. Here it's continuous compliance with vulnerability handling, and this is something that also is very controversial, is the obligation to report to us, to ENISA, exploited vulnerabilities within 24 hours. So of course, this requires further discussions because, first of all, ENISA has to be prepared for this as well. Also, we would, I mean, the proposal should define a little bit what exactly should be reported and for which reason. So what we do with this information afterwards. So anyway, this is in a very early stage. That's only the proposal for the moment. I suppose it will take really long time, months, to get into agreement between the Council and the Parliament afterwards. So let's see. So for other legislative acts, as said earlier, Radio Equipment Directive, that was about the radio, I mean, equipment, about products that that work on radio, that was adopted in 2017, and at the beginning did not mention really cybersecurity. It was changed in 2021, last year, when the Commission published the implementing act that actually speaks mainly about cybersecurity of these devices. And here there's a big role for standardization actors. So well, that was a big topic still last year, and well, there are works ongoing with standards for the RED directive. And European Chips Act. So this is a fresh proposal. This is a proposal from February. This will certainly also contain parts that will be connected to cybersecurity. And we are still waiting for the future. So what will be the next? What will be done? Because basically some of the regulations are undergoing the how to say the review, the periodic review, as I said. And then afterwards, especially EU Cybersecurity Act, that is there for 3 years. So the period of assessing how it works will commence, will start shortly. This is the act that I left for the end, well, of course, this is something that is there for many years, and also we, ENISA, the European Commission, we were talking about this act much before it was adopted. So a lot of these things, I mean, probably are very well known. I will maybe, due to the time, I will just go very quickly through what it contains, because I suppose that most people know quite well. So first is the regulation that is related to ENISA, to my agency, that got finally permanent mandate and concrete strengthened tasks. It establishes the cybersecurity framework. Maybe I will go quicker through this. So the cybersecurity framework foresees certain actions. This is also the drawing that many times was used by us in many presentations. Basically, it consists, well, the whole life cycle of the whole framework includes 5 actors. So SCCG, so this is the group of industry that is helping ENISA and the Commission in developing schemes. ECCG, that consists of national authorities. European Commission, that is basically the holder of the whole framework. So basically, the framework is under them. ENISA, that has a role in preparing the draft candidate schemes, and ad hoc working groups. So these are not permanent groups like ECCG and SCCG, but they provide advice and they basically co-write the schemes. So where we are, there are 3 schemes that ENISA has been asked to write. So we have EUCC, so this is the scheme for common criteria, and this is almost finalized. EUCS, that is still under reviews, and EU5G, when we started only some preparatory works. So as mentioned, for the EUCC is a horizontal ICT product scheme. So it defines how to certify things, but this is straight taken from the previous framework developed by SOGIS, MRA. So it defines how to certify, but then what to certify depends on the specific protection profiles that are created for each product. So for the moment, we have already the draft of the implementing act based on the scheme that has been written by my colleagues from certification section. We have these supporting documents, and basically now we are waiting for the publishing of this scheme, because all these schemes, according to the CSA, have to be put in the European journal, meaning that they are part of European law, straightforward. So we are waiting for this. This should happen quickly, and there's still some work to be done on it. So basically how to maintain certificates, cryptographic issues. Well, this is something that, well, there will be still some work with this scheme. And this is our main horizontal scheme, because also the CSA foresees that certain elements of certain schemes can be reused afterwards in future schemes. And then we expect to have like these 3 horizontal schemes, and then afterwards we will start producing vertical schemes for concrete areas. So as cloud, this is a little bit different when it comes to the content of the scheme itself, and also here Miguel was mentioning some standards that will be related straight to this scheme that Sensenelec JTC 13 is developing. For the moment, the final candidate scheme will be submitted to the Commission, hopefully still this year. The plans were, well, let's say better, but well, unfortunately, this is a very complex matter, and there are many actors involved that have completely different, let's say, goals. So to make a compromise text out of it was quite a big challenge for us. So that's why only now this scheme is in a quasi final stage and will be sent for comments. Sorry, will be sent to the Commission soon. Because afterwards, the Commission takes it and prepares the act. But this still will take some time. And as said, the scheme, we hope that it will be adopted in 2023. So end of 22, we will provide the drafts. The Commission should deal with it next year. And then EU 5G, in fact, we are at the very beginning of writing it. So basically, last year, we spent on preparatory actions, and that was the same for this one. So this mainly consisted of reviewing the situation in existing schemes, in existing certification methods, let's say, that are already there on the market. And well, basically, this was the GSMA that was providing the most of valuable input for this scheme. But still, it needs quite a lot of work still to wrap it up. So that's the phase 1 that will be concluded by the end of the year, actually. And then in the phase 2, we will start developing the main candidate, well, the candidate scheme to be passed to the Commission afterwards. And here we have multiple challenges. So this is like ordinary things. So basically, the first issue consists in how we can map the levels defined by GSMA, for example, or other organizations to the levels that are mentioned in the Cybersecurity Act. How to conduct risk assessments and proper assumptions for 5G, and also how the future maintenance of the scheme could look like, because here the scheme will be based on standards developed by private entities mainly. So this is GSMA and 3GPP. So for us as an ESA, it creates some problems how afterwards to assure that, first of all, these standards will not be abandoned, will continue, and then they will be still usable for our goals, for the goals of the scheme. So thank you very much. I piggybacked a little bit on the fact that Miguel finished earlier, so I was a little bit longer with certain slides than I intended to be. Sorry for keeping you also these couple of minutes longer, and thank you very much. If there are still questions and if we still have a moment to respond, I'm...
Okay, 2 questions.
Okay.
Three. In your opinion, given the regulatory compliance space in Europe, do you see the need for reusing evidence of one single security evaluation for showing compliance and/or conformance across multiple regulations?
If you could repeat Because somehow I did not catch the...
It's a long question. In your opinion, given the regulatory compliance space in Europe, do you see the need for reusing evidence of one single security evaluation for showing compliance and or conformance across multiple regulations?
Well, I suppose that, well, it is impossible to create like one big, if that was the question, to create one big regulation that would cover all aspects of cybersecurity, because this is a horizontal, I mean, cybersecurity is a horizontal issue. So of course, as I mentioned earlier, that, well, they try to, the commission and, well, council and so on, they align regulations between themselves. But of course, it's like if you touch one, then it many times affects others. So coordination is needed there, but I don't think it is possible to have like one regulation covering all aspects of cybersecurity.
All right, the next question. What role do you consider the CHIP Act will play on the European regulatory compliance space, considering the CHIP Act introduces certification of chips, and the chips are at the core of the security capabilities of products used in CRA, NISD, and other regulations?
Well, the CHIPS Act mainly is there to enhance, let's say, well, to incentivize the industry to come back with the production of chips back to Europe, and of course it has this cybersecurity parts. But to be honest, I'm not very well positioned to speak about it at this moment, because this is still, I mean, this CHIPS Act is still in early phase of development when it comes to cybersecurity. We had some discussions with the Commission that, and also with standardization bodies about it at the, well, quite recently actually, and this will come back for sure. But at this moment, it's really difficult to, for me, it's difficult to speak about CHIPS Act before, let's say, we go further into concrete provisions. So sorry for this.
That's great, Slavomir. So Slavomir has been kind enough to accept to join us in the panel a little bit later on. So if there are more questions, he'll be able to answer then. So we will break now for 15 minutes and come back to continue with our program. So thank you, and just bear with us online if you're online, and in the room we're going to have some coffee here. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
For everyone that is online, I hope you're finding it so far useful. We're running a few minutes late. We'll recover throughout the day, or we'll take it out of lunch break. So right now, I would love to introduce Nir Tasher, who is with Winbond, and will give us a keynote on cybersecurity regulations and how they're made easy with SESIP. So thank you, Nir.
Okay. So good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this. My name is Nir Tasher, and I'm with Winbond's Electronic Corporation, the world's leading supplier of secure flash and standard NOR flash devices. Today I'm going to discuss with you how SESIP made cybersecurity regulation simpler for us and our customers. So a quick agenda. Talk about the status of, briefly talk about the status of cybersecurity regulations at this time, the alignment of these regulations with SESIP, the importance of secure storage for privacy, code, and intellectual property, and show a short case study of the secure storage case. So we are now at the beginning of a 2-year period where cybersecurity regulation is going to make a major impact on the industry. Right now, we have a lot of cybersecurity regulations coming into place, both in Europe and the US. In Europe, we have the Radio Equipment Directive. We have the ISO 21434 for automotive. We have the NIST Cybersecurity 8259A in the US. The EUCC is also coming in, and as you've already heard, a lot of other standards are in the pipeline right now. So it's going to be a major breakthrough for cybersecurity regulations across all continents. So almost every market segment today for technology has some sort of regulation in place or being written as we speak. And what it does is it motivates and drives both vendors and customers to require more secure products. It drives the market, and it drives back the industry to produce even more secure components and secure standards to accompany them. And it keeps the market driving forward for both the vendors, component makers, and the regulatory bodies. However, this creates some kind of an issue for both vendors and component makers, because for each device or each component, there might be several security regulations in place. If you market your devices into several markets, each market comes with its own regulations. You can say market your device for automotive markets and IoT, and each of them has its own regulations, its own standards. So when you have to certify your device for various regulations, it bears a cost, and this cost usually translates into cost to the final customer, and this might erode the value of more secure products, as the customer would not value security as much as us as vendors do that. So for us as vendors and component makers, we must ensure that security certification is accessible and reasonably priced. And we must ensure that the effort that is invested in the initial security certification pays off in subsequent certifications and products, meaning that once we've gone through the effort of having security certification for a specific product, we must see more revenue income based on that security certification when it is marketed for other market segments. Now, up until a couple of years ago, it was a very closed ecosystem for security. There were very few secure product types. You would have UICCs, secure elements, basic HSMs. Very small selected group of vendors would cater to that market or those markets. And the security certification was very, very close system for them. It was basically common criteria. And that scared away most other vendors. We know that to get security certification, you need to go through a very steep learning curve. And that learning curve made this security market a niche market. But today, both due to the upcoming regulations and the demand from the market, we have to open up this to all other vendors to come in and be able to certify their products. So how can we do that? The key word I think here is simplicity. I think Eve touched that in her presentation, making everything as simple as possible and yet maintain the security level that we deem required for that market segment. So the key for onboarding new vendors is, first of all, keep everything in a clear and simple wording. Make it easy to understand for anyone not savvy in security. We need to put achievable security goals to be able to allow new vendors to pass security certification. And we need to have tiering to onboard the more basic products. Not everything has to be EAL 5+ certified. This is why Global Platform came up with SESIP. I will not go into the details as Eve already touched that, but I'll just repeat the message. It's a readable standardization system created to address the aforementioned needs from the industry. There is an ongoing work to map SESIP to other standards across industries to make this the core certification standard. And ensure SESIP certification for component will enable quick and cost-effective certification to most other standards. I think this is very important for most of the component vendors. So, as you already learned, SESIP is being mapped to many other standards, making it the core certification scheme. So it has been mapped to ISO 21434 for automotive, to ETSI EN 303-645 for consumer IoT, and also for the US NIST IR 8259 for US-based IoT devices. And just to show a case study of what that means in practice, I'll touch the secure storage case. So the core of security is two things. It's the root of trust and the secure storage. The security assets of a product depend on the security of the code and the data. You can only trust the device if you know that the code it is running is secure and authentic, and if the data has not been modified by an unauthorized entity. The security and authenticity of the code enables what we call a root of trust. We know that the device is running the code that it should run, and it has not been hacked at any point in time. And the security of the data is enabled by using secure storage. Okay. Once you've achieved these two goals, you can fully trust the device, whatever that device might be. It can be your car or your any white goods at home, your computer, your cellular phone. So ETSI EN 303-645 requires you to keep the software updated, securely store sensitive data, and ensure software integrity. On the other hand, NIST 8259 requires you to support data protection, confidentiality and integrity of the data, authorized access, and device identification. ISO 21434 requires secure software update, secure communication, secure storage of information, and access control. And if those three standards seem to slightly overlap, that is correct. On top of that, we can add the Radio Equipment Directive, which is in work right now, which calls for user privacy and personal data, payment information safety and security, and security of the infrastructure itself. So what does that mean for the secure storage requirement? The secure storage is used to store the system code, keys, network information, vendor information, user private data, sometimes some intellectual property that belongs to the vendor. And you know, most customers, they struggle with defining what exactly is needed from the secure storage. And most of those customers, they are not really aware of what it takes to make a secure storage and what would really answer the needs for the various security certifications. This is why Global Platform supported authoring the SESIP protection profile for secure external memories. Because at Global Platform, they realized that there is a need for such a standard because in most applications, the embedded memory that was the go-to solution up until a few years back can no longer be used for the newer, more sophisticated products. So everybody's using an external memory in their systems wherever they can. And there needs to be some standardization to ensure that this external memory is secure enough to cater for the needs of the system security. So what does the SESIP protection profile for secure memory addresses? So it addresses data protection for integrity and authenticity. It addresses the communication with the secure memory, making sure it is protected. It addresses the freshness of the memory content. And freshness is a term that we have actually added. Freshness meaning that at any point in time, we know that the information in the memory, in the storage, is as up to date as it should be. Meaning that if someone has tried to perform some software rollback attack, trying to compromise the system by moving it to an older version of the code, then the memory subsystem will reject those attempts and make sure that the code is up to date. This is why we can trust the system to be a root of trust. And we also are talking about physical attacker resistance. Now, as Eve described, for a lower rating for SESIP, physical attacker may not be needed, but we know that in practice, having a system that is not physically accessible is okay. If it's something in your house, then nobody is going to physically attack. But there is also the identification phase where someone acquires a system, a specific system, and reverse engineers it to try and identify vulnerabilities. And to address this kind of threat, we also look into physical attacker resistance, because the attacker may only acquire a handful of systems, but use them to discover vulnerabilities and then perform remote attacks. Up until we had the SESIP secure storage protection profile, when we talked to customers about a secure storage, they envisioned it as an expensive, elaborated piece of dedicated hardware. What's a secure storage? It's probably, it comes in some sort of a very heavy safe, and it's probably very, very expensive. And this perception, it limited the willingness of vendors to adopt the security for their products. Because as I said, most customers, they don't really appreciate the security of the product, they appreciate only the price tag. Those who are savvy enough to appreciate security are probably in this room or online right now. So when they were pressured by the end customers, most vendors opted for expensive and overkill solutions, such as incorporating secure elements and dedicated secure flash drives into their systems. Now, I'm not saying anything bad about secure elements. They're important where they are needed, but sometimes if only thing you want to do is protect a little bit of code or user data, that's an overkill. And many times I heard the phrase, we'll just hide the code somewhere or the data somewhere inside the memory and no one will find it. And that was the approach, I think, up until we came up with the SESIP protection profile and made everything much more understandable for our end customers. So right now, the SESIP protection profile for secure storage being the first and currently the only protection profile to provide a simple yet comprehensive description of the requirements for the security of the storage. And right now, we can point our customers to the SESIP protection profile for secure memories. It's quite short, it's very understandable, and it's highly valued by our new customers who are looking for a secure solution. And we also submitted our our W77Q32 secure flash device to SESIP evaluation, and it successfully passed the level 2 certification in April this year. As you can see, TrustCB were kind enough to grant us the certification, not because they like us, but because I think we did a good job with our device. And with this certification for a secure flash device with a unalarming cost adder, I should say, it does open up a lot of doors for us with customers that this would be their first time to add any security into their systems. Those customers, they come to us seeking for solution for not for a SESIP-based device, but for an ETSI 303645 certified device, or a NIST based for some US vendors, NIST 8259 certified device. We also have a lot of automotive customers coming to us and say, hey, we have to implement that ISO 21434. What can you do for us? And we say, oh, all of these are mapped to SESIP, and we have passed SESIP, and we have a device. Device Pass 1 certification caters currently to 3 segments of the market, each with its own certification. And you know, the customers, they say, okay, can we look at that SESIP certification? And we hand it out to them and say, oh, we understand. We finally understand what security certification is all about. One thing that is very, I think it's a kind of a new concept for most customers is what we call the reversibility anchor, which is essentially a monotonic counter implemented inside the flash device, which guarantees that whatever information is inside the flash, it's up to date. There's no way to reverse the code. There's no way to write all the data into the device. And essentially, I think this is probably the first security specification that incorporate this kind of requirement, which has to do with a lot of rollback attacks that we have seen in recent years. I wouldn't go into too many details, but you can read all about rollback attacks and how they were used by adversaries to hack systems that were considered to be bulletproof. And we have addressed this as well. So using the guidelines of the SESIP protection profile, new vendors, our customers, were able to tailor their storage solution to all the new regulatory requirements for their products. We set the cost structure to a much better one to match vendors' expectation. We are aiming to make security much more achievable for basic products. We all know that if you have an unlimited budget, you can do whatever you want, but if your budget for security sums up to less than $1 US for the BOM cost, then you're stranded with not so many solutions. And yes, the SESIP protection profile definitely has enabled that to change. The overall investment in the development is reduced because we cater to many market segments right now with just one certification. And our customers eagerly embrace security regulations because they don't need to go into the very complicated schemes. They just need to read the SESIP protection profile and understand what we are offering, what is required from them, and how that can assist them with security certification. I am sure that the same will apply to all other protection profiles, MCU protection profile being one of the more important ones. I think that in terms of value for money, going the SESIP way really proved itself. I believe SESIP will become the go-to certification scheme, not only because it's the only one available for the lower certification. There's also EAL2, but I think SESIP wins hands down. It will make everything easier, simpler, and also cheaper for customers, and I think it will help security become a norm rather than the exception. And with that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Just a quick, for everyone that is online, I just wanted to give a quick update on the panel that we're going to have at 11:50. So as I had mentioned, Slavomir has been kind to accept to join the panel. And despite the fact we've been focusing on Europe today, I think every single presentation today has mentioned NIST. So NIST is kindly also accepted to join that panel. So Paul Wotrovsky is going to join us for 11:50. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. So Roberto has kindly accepted to join us and make a presentation. He's not here in person. He's joining us virtually, but we're very happy to have him. So Roberto will talk about the benefits of product certification composition, and he's with the European Cybersecurity Organization.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks a lot, Anna, for the kind introduction and invitation. Apologies for not being present in Barcelona. It would have been a pleasure for me. Just for personal reasons, I cannot yet travel these days, so it's more like a family helping at home. So here, so I'm working for the European Cybersecurity Organization. So I will try to bring, you know, like our perspective into the game, in particular for what concern like composition. And since we have also published documents and we follow, you know, like the work also that SESIP has done also for the composition aspect. So just a few words about myself. So I'm working for EXO, mainly supporting the activities of the working group on standard and certification and supply chain management, and also another working group on research and innovation, where we have also research priorities linked to testing and validation of products. Just a few words about EXO. EXO was created in 2016 as a counterpart for the European Commission for providing priorities for research innovation. But since the beginning, we started to work on the industrial policy, so including also aspects linked to testing, certification, products, services, systems. And clearly, the first objective was for us, it was to provide inputs for the European Cybersecurity Certification Framework, working in particular on the meta scheme approach. So we, as EXO, we really look into the contribution to the European digital sovereignty, strategic autonomy, and also looking at how to build cyber resilience in Europe, in particular for the critical infrastructure, for the product services, and this requires to work, you know, on one end, like linking together the different stakeholders and communities, like including like certifiers, manufacturers, evaluators, and also the link with the National Public Administration for what concern also the policy and regulatory aspects, but also look at the market and what are the needs, you know, from the market perspective when the products are integrated into the market. So we have 6 different working groups, and then with the specific one focus on certification aspects. At the moment, we are like more than 270 members. What is nice for us is that we have a very diverse base of members, including also national public administration, that give us a feedback also for the work that we are doing, and in particular try to understand, you know, from their side the aspects linked to the rollout of the different certification schemes in each one of the member states, and also preparedness with respect to the policy and legislative part. Going directly to the core, so as I mentioned, so we have a specific working group where we have a clear link with the different stakeholders in Europe, because for us it's important to not work in silos, but really bridging, you know, like bridging, you know, all the barriers, and then working in collaboration with the different actors. So on one end, our intention is to support the rollout of European cybersecurity certification schemes that ENISA is working on, and then that it will be finalized, implemented act by the European Commission. So I saw briefly that Slavek before touched already, you know, these points, you know, the work of ENISA, but also look at the legislative, you know, framework, and providing in particular recommendation on that side by understanding the needs on the market and what could be like the gaps that we need to fulfill. On the other hand, there is another important piece of work that we started like this year that it was, let's say, linked to all the past activities, that is looking into how to establish trust and resilient supply chains in Europe. So this has a clear impact on the market. So when we look at the manufacturers that needs to be put products on the market, satisfying the requirements of the users, but also on the other hand, the users and the system integrators, what they need to look in terms of guarantees, from the manufacturer for integrating, the products. So the idea is really to look at how to establish the supply chain, and then look at also the policy and regulations looking for these particular aspects. So moving directly to the certification side, so clearly certification is important. I saw the presentation, the previous keynote also, that strengthens, the value also of certification. So on one hand, it's also an enabler, for establishing the trusted supply chains, but also, to certification provides a snapshot of the product and the service. So it's important to clearly look at the entire life cycle, manage the vulnerabilities, the risk along the life cycle, and in particular, implement the surveillance of the products that are already, being certified, and then they're validated the certificate. So if you look at the different perspective of the stakeholders, so here I took also some inputs, from a member. So if you look, for instance, at the customers, so certification on one end, could provide, to them a certain level of confidence, that the requirements, the security requirements, have been fulfilled. On the other hand, if you look at the vendor, for them it's a way, to demonstrate, that the products and services have been also checked, that they've been fulfilling, security requirements. So it's a way also to enter a market, so to create, and a level playing field to enter a market. If you look, at the conformity, the assessment bodies, so really look, from the inside, to provide an independent evaluation on the compliance, of the products with respect to certification schemes, and then clearly to attest, that there is a verification of the security requirements, security properties, integrated into product. So on one hand, we see different kind of perspective that brings up the value, of certification. So on the other hand, there are different kind of challenges that we need to face. So of course, customers, they need to navigate in understanding what are the issues that they need to, how to look into the different, levels, understanding also the output of certification, of a certificate. So what could be the impact on their side? But if we look at the actors that are more in touch, with the certification itself, so the vendors and the CAPs. So here clearly the challenge on their side, it's of course, to maintain, the compliance, also because components and products that might not be certified, by using the same scheme. So we have different certification schemes, and also they could be certified at different assurance levels. So it's also very challenging, because from their side, because certification schemes are not always cheap, and also there could be some overlapping, requirements across different certification schemes that most of the time are required, by the users that need to integrate, these products. On the other hand, it's also very difficult, to monitor all the suppliers' activities, that they need to meet all the different certification requirements. For the CAPs, clearly the job is also challenging, because they need to develop also expertise in each one of certification schemes, and also it's very time consuming and also resource inefficient to really maintain and then also renew accreditation for each one of the certification schemes. Of course, this process is not always cheap, and then this also brings up, cost, for the vendor, for the consumer, but also it's very much time consuming as well. So in EXO, we try to look at the different kind of aspects, and we have in particular in the last months, the last year, working on the three different angles. On one end, we focus very much on the approach that is a product certification composition that is to achieve an efficient certification using different schemes. So this could be applied to product, services, and then processes. So for us, it's also a way to enable this concept of trusted supply chain that highlighted at the beginning. The second angle, it's looking at the system security, and in particular, try to understand the system aspects and then how the risk is managed by the different stakeholders and their roles. And then we have a third angle that, let's say, that brings up the two together, that is how to manage a supply chain that is very much also linked with all the different policy aspects. So for the remaining of the talk, I'm just going to focus more in detail on the product composition certification. So here, in particular, we published a document 2 years ago that is the approach, for composition that is available, for download on our website. So here, as I mentioned, it's for us, we see also a composition as a way, to support a supply chain of trust. So to understand the origin of the components, how they've been assessed, and also how they can be, integrated and then used. So on one end, for us, it was important, to analyze really how to look into the composition from a standard agnostic point of view, and also try to understand how it's possible to achieve certification composition in an effective way. So today, we can see that composition is very much used, for the common criteria. So it's also present in the UCC. It's also the UCS look at the concept of composition with services, sub-services, and so on. And of course, there are different other schemes that are looking at composition, like SESIP. There is also the Eurosmart one on IoT, and also there are also standards that look at compositions. So when we look at components, so composition, this could be a way to, in particular, enable the reuse of certificates of the components that are integrated. In particular, for us, it was important to understand how we could really reuse the evidence of the evaluation. Overall, the objective is really to decrease the cost of the certification, but also to improve the speed, and in particular try to understand how we can serve different vertical sectors that they need to integrate products that might be used in different way. So it's important, to understand how the composition is performed. So how the component is used in the composite products, but also how the schemes that are used for the components and the composite product are related, and in particular how the manufacturer, the system integrator, and so on, he wants to reuse the evidence from the component certification. So there are important aspects that we need to consider, is that the composite product that integrates the components should also satisfy the assumptions on the intended use and environment that has been considered, for the certification of the component itself. So from our point of view, clearly the composition should start by looking at the risk assessment, understanding, what are the threats, for the products, and how the different components are interconnected, correlated, and also the security functionalities of the components are correlated. We look at different consideration for the for composition in particular. So we look at how the products, how the an approach for composition that could be like looking at a bottom-up approach. So in this case, we see more the requirements for the underlying components are defined independently, so we could see them as individual building blocks that can be used then later from the application, the top components. So here it could be more suited for general purpose, let's say vertical agnostic integration of the component into the vertical sectors, or a top-down approach that is more looking at understanding what is the intended use of the final product and how this is going to be integrated into the environment. So we'll also consider like a mix of these two approaches. The other part is also what we look into the composition is try to understand how composition can be done within the same scheme or also across the different schemes. And in particular, we have extended this concept in the latest part 2 document that we are currently working on. The other important aspect is to understand, how the component is integrated. So whether it's tightly integrated or is it used as independent component. This is more for us important to understand the risk associated, the updates, linked to the possible vulnerabilities of patches, and how really the component is used. So what we provide into the document is a set of guidelines, for certification composition and the different steps that we need to look at. For instance, doing the risk analysis and understanding, what is the security target, of the composite product, and also the understanding, what are the environment in which the certified component product will be used and operate, and also understand, what could be, the output of the certification that indicates, the condition under which the certified component can be used. So we provide, this kind of information with specific guidelines and consideration into the document. We'll look in particular at one case that is linked to the IoT here. We are actually working on right now on the part 2 of the composition document. In particular, we are trying to understand, how we can harmonize, the notion of intended use, especially across vertical sectors, looking at different, risk assessment approaches, from the business side, from the operational side, but also linked to the Cybersecurity Act. And questions for considering how the assurance levels could be also comparable, across different certification schemes, and also what is the implications of the effort that the CAPs they need to do, for the assessment and evaluation of the product itself. The last point, I have just I'm at the end. So we, as EXO, we also contribute to a European project that is just started. For us, it's more like understanding really on the field how composition could work. In this case, in these certified projects, we are going to look at the entire life cycle of the IoT product, with respect to the recertification, reassessment, where the security conditions, have changed. And for us, it will be kind of also a test of the approaches and methodologies, and gathering also inputs and requirements to adjust the work that we are doing. I'll just conclude indicating, that it's very important, to build, trust. For us, one example could be using horizontal components that are built into the final product. So it's important to achieve also cost-effective certification using different kind of schemes, and composition could be really considered also an enabler, for this concept of trusted supply chain, but also trying to interconnect, different manufacturers and then suppliers also with end users. So we are actually working on 3 specific use cases now. So composition with product that has been certified with also a certified process, and also a composition more linked to the industrial case, and also a composition considering UCC and UCS with an IoT with a backend cloud services as a backend. And thanks a lot for your attention, and I'm glad to address any questions that you might have.
I don't know if there are questions online, but Roberto is going to stay with us for the panel that is going to start now. So I'm going to invite Jill Bernabeu, which is the Technical Director for Global Platform, and is going to moderate the panel. I believe we also still have Miguel Brignon online that will join us as a speaker. And also Paul Wotrawski from NIST should also be online. And here in the room, we invite to the table John Boggy, which is with Eurosmart, Samin Ahmadi, who is with ETSI, TC Cyber, and Slavomir Gorniak with ENISA.
Miguel shortly introduced himself, and Roberto too. So maybe I will give and of course Slavomir, but maybe I will leave Samim to make a short introduction. If you take the mic.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me all? I think so. Yeah, I'm Samim Ahmadi, representing today here at CTC Cyber. So I'm the vice chair of CTC Cyber. And yeah, my background is in electrical engineering, did there my PhD in communications engineering, information theory, and where I was mainly working in the production industry and also in telecommunications industry, so covering a wide area of topics, now mainly focusing on IoT security, standardization. I'm very much involved in the work on the harmonized standards right now for the red articles 3.3t E and F within Senelec JDC 13.3.8. But in ETSI, I'm rather working on the EN 3.3.6.5 and the accompanying documents such as the at CTS 103.701 and TR 103.621. So all about consumer IoT baseline security requirements and how to test them. So also the assessment specification and also examples how to meet the requirements. Yeah, that's all about me.
Thanks for the introduction and thanks for being there. Maybe John, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm John Boggy. I'm the Vice President of Eurosmart. Eurosmart is a group that's existed for 30 plus years, and it's been very active in the certification and security standards within Europe. We initially started off as secure element vendors, and we wrote all of the rules and regulations and certification standards around secure elements. We've since expanded and we have lots of different members, and we spend a lot of time working with ENISA, working with the EU Commission, lobbying, all of those things. And in the job where I actually get paid, I work for NXP Semiconductors, where I'm the head of cybersecurity certification.
Thanks. No, but we will ask Paul to that join for overseas, and it's certainly yearly for you, Paul, right? To make an introduction.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me okay?
Very well, yes.
Okay, yeah, great. Yeah, so I'm Paul Wachowski. I work over at NIST as an IT security specialist. I helped with the 8425, the NISTer for profiling for consumer IoT. I also helped with the recommended criteria for the IoT labeling. I also work over at the NCCOE, which is part of NIST, where we do more hands-on implementations, or reference implementations of security problems or solutions to security problems. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, and thanks again to join us in the middle of the night from US. So we have seen this morning, thanks to the presentation of EXO and also from ENISA, that there is a lot of initiative to try to solve the main issue of the cybersecurity problem in the IoT. But maybe I will start by Roberto. You talk about composition, which is a topic which is very important for EXO. What are for you the main problem to solve? Is it composition, it's implementation of composition, or composition is one of the problems to solve? And I will ask also input from others. So maybe you start by Roberto.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Gilles. So, you know, for me, there is still like quite work to do, you know, to have composition really working in practice, in the sense, you know, that is an important aspect, is an important approach that is required from the market. And also personally, I think that is important to reduce also the number of certification schemes, and then to reuse as much as possible also what it is available, and then try to solve, you know, to address the needs from the different vertical sectors. So, of course, you know, there are, you know, composition within the same scheme is something that could be easier to achieve, also because we have, you know, we respect also to the evaluation methodologies that are used. But then the complexity is that when we want to achieve, you know, composition across multiple schemes, and then we have, in particular, very interesting cases when you have complex products that use different kind of components or services that could be certified, you know, under different certification scheme. The main question for me is also try to understand what is how to harmonize. For instance, as indicated at the end, you know, this concept of intended use, and then the impact also on the security requirements, but also understand how the different assurance level, you know, are comparable also across schemes. So these are questions that we're trying to look into. But then, you know, the main challenge, I think, that is on the operational side. So by looking at vulnerabilities, how to patch, and then so composition is a powerful way, you know, for the recertification, reassessment, but also how we understand, you know, the change of the risk, the posture, you know, when we have vulnerabilities on a component, how this propagates, and how it could be put in place. So hopefully, you know, we are going to, well, we are working in this direction, and then I strongly believe that it's gonna make an important also impact, also looking in supporting the policy and the legislations, you know, like the CRA, and then also the work that the Commission and ENISA is doing on, and what actually the market needs as well.
Okay, so maybe as you were mentioning ENISA, maybe I will switch to Slavomir. So you have the same understanding of the main problem that that Roberto was just sharing?
Yes, definitely. And actually, well, a couple of words maybe about this proliferation of schemes, possibly. So this is something that we would try to avoid. On the other hand, I think that, well, just keeping with these three horizontal ones is not enough, definitely, because at the beginning, when we started working on the whole framework, we had a lot of say representatives for various sectors that were really concerned that there's no one solution fits all, because I need my own scheme, I have my own particularities, and so on and so forth. So basically the framework, of course, made the levels comparable somehow, but in the end, indeed, we need at least a basic set of these schemes. Well, that's a very interesting problem that Roberto mentioned when it comes to well, CRA. And for example, if we have a laptop that is full of various components inside, they are certified as well, and how to tackle this. And then I suppose that, well, the obvious solution would be, what if you have like a scheme for such type of devices, to well, to include the to include requirements for all components within this this product to be certified under the same conditions somehow. So that's and still has, well, but well, the stress, let's say, that I would put is that well, definitely the proliferation of schemes is not something that we are aiming at.
Paul, will you want to weigh in on from the US perspective about the main problem to solve from a point of view on the IoT certification market?
Yeah, sure thing. So I think from our perspective here at NIST, there's a lot of international harmonization that we're aiming for. So it's making sure that the outcomes that we've defined at NIST can align with the ETSI protocols, or sorry, not protocols, but ETSI standards and other standards internationally. So being able to kind of have those mappings, like there's the NIST OLIER tool, the online formative reference tool, which I think we actually have a mapping to one of, I think it's global platform SESIP v1 perhaps. And that's, I believe, to the 8259 series of documents. So, you know, being able to do those translations or those mappings to the various standards that we have at NIST, as well as kind of avoiding the retesting of components. So I know there's a lot of discussion there with being able to test all the components within a device, but we also need to look at kind of the larger picture, and that's something we've done at NIST is looking at the IoT product as a whole as opposed to just the singular device. So it kind of takes the issue that you've brought up here with SESIP that you're looking to address, kind of expanding it to an even greater aspect of having not just the device, but potentially the hub, or looking at even the cloud, which may not be quite in scope for what you guys are doing here. But being able to kind of extend that to be able to do the testing once and not have to do it every single time, making sure that that is a robust way of evaluating. And I guess the last point I would make is with the NIST 8425 and the recommended criteria that we defined as part of the IoT labeling effort, those aren't actionable test plans. So what we need to do is have some sort of translation from those outcome-based approaches and outcome-based criteria to be able to translate to an actual test plan in order to be able to evaluate those devices or the components of those devices and take it all the way to the product. So.
Okay, so now from the solution provider, I will say, what are the position of both Eurosmart, ETSI, and I will finish by Miguel from Sensenelec perspective.
Okay. First thing is, speaking on behalf of Eurosmart, it's very flattering that the term composition suddenly has a lot of traction, as Eurosmart invented it in the early 2000s. And it was invented because we didn't want to have to redo the testing. So you had a hardware layer and you added on a Java card or whatever, a native, and you didn't want to have to retest. So you reuse the results from one layer to the next. Now, as a vendor, I would say that fragmentation and lack of composition is a disaster. And it's a disaster for everyone in this room and everyone around the planet. Because as our energy bills go through the roof and our mortgages go through the roof, the last thing we want is to have more and more expensive products. And as you connect everything up, as Ursula von der Leyen said, suddenly everything is vulnerable. And there's a lot of malicious people out there, including, you know, our lovable governments, who are trying to hack these products and these systems, as you can see it currently at the moment in the war in Ukraine. So we need to find a way that we can make certification, make security implicit in all of these systems, but do it as cost neutral as we possibly can. And that can only happen if we don't allow fragmentation to happen, if we don't allow there to be one certification standard in China, one in the US, one in Europe, how we bring these things together. And also that we can reuse the test result from one layer to the other. That's why we really kind of support SESIP, because it's a nice way of describing things. It's talking about it from the service level, so it really works on the concept of what a product does, rather than that way that you go into the deep toe internals or product internals. So it's a real kind of way of easily describing what a product does, and therefore making it easy for the person who's building on that layer to find what's been tested, how it's been tested, and be able to reuse that results. It can also, and if you look at something like SolarWinds, supply chain security can go badly wrong.
So for the Etsy perspective?
Yes, from Etsy perspective, is yeah, main problem for us is also to have the awareness, right? To see all the different certification schemes, to know really every group which is dealing with this, with certification schemes, and also to make these standards understandable, easy to implement, not too cost expensive then for the products, rather meeting the minimum requirements and testing for the minimum requirements, then setting a higher level bar of security, really baseline. And this is what we are also focusing on in Etsy, to have the baseline requirements and also certification or assessment specifications to that. What we also see as a problem, what means problem, but legislation is often related to products, right? If we have a look at RED and if we have a look at CRA, focusing on products with digital elements, yeah, we have to also see the view like from SESIP, we have the components-based certification, and how to map this then to the product. We have right now this mapping with other standards, right? And yeah, to keep this up to date and so on, it's still for me a bit yeah, much to do, right? To keep all the mappings up to date and so on. So I think there's something we have to deal with, and also this is also something where I agree with my previous speakers. We have a lot of standards and we have a lot of different committees working on that, and lots of certification schemes. Would be really good to have workshops like these to get to know each other, to see what others are doing. And yeah, we are highly appreciating that we are here from Etsy also. Thank you.
Okay. Miguel, what you want to add on this first part of the discussion?
Hello, how are you doing? Well, the thing is, we are living really challenging times. I mean, if we look at the history of security evaluation standards, until now, they were mostly developed to serve very niche needs, and they were coming from very specific governmental sector. But we are now living the explosion of legislation in Europe dealing with cybersecurity, and that is really something new for us. So we have started developing European specific standards to address these initial initiatives. For example, SESIP, which mostly deals with composition, but we also have the fixed time thing to shorten times. And but the problem I see is that this legislation we are putting forward and these standards, they will not stay European-wide. I mean, the problems are completely global. But thanks to European Commission, we're taking the lead in the same way we did for privacy. So we are kind of the trial run experiment, and I guess we will see how these initial standards evolve, mature, and they become completely international. Because as we are being told by the vendors, and that's completely reasonable, we shouldn't aim to have localized solutions. And since the problems are completely global, if we are able to find the sweet spot and we are able to provide good standards, I think they will be quite successful to become fully international. But we're having a lot of fun, and there is a lot of work to be done, not only developing standards, but also making sure that they provide a good service and that they fit the purpose for the market. So SESIP is really tackling on composition, and let's see how that fits into the forthcoming situation. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe based on what you just shared, I think there is a little point that we are talking about standard, but they are definitely very different. And typically, when the HC is publishing the 303.645, they are talking about the requirement. It's a standard, but more on requirement. While SESIP, it's more on the evaluation. And at the end, everything needs to be done through a scheme. And potentially, we are all using standard, but for very different topics. So maybe there is something here to clarify and go.
Sorry, just wanted to make one remark. Let's say to what especially my ESO's colleagues just said. That well, indeed, as you said, well, we need two sets of standards. First, what to certify, and then how to certify. But in our work on well, defining the schemes, writing the schemes, we noticed that, well, there's maybe a plethora of standards somewhere concerning well, a specific area, but they are not always good for certification purposes. So that was the case, for example, for cloud computing scheme, that basically we had to we requested JPC 13, and we kindly well, who kindly accepted the new working item on two standards that basically related straight to this scheme, because between really a lot of standards, a lot of standardization bodies, it was impossible to find those who would really fit to the needs of certification.
Paul, you see the same problem about multiple standards, but maybe at the end of the day, it's not very clear who are the one on requirement, who are the more on implementation, and potentially, do you see some holes in terms of when you want to create a scheme on a specific IoT topic?
Yeah, there's definitely some challenges with that. I mean, particularly if we look at the different sectors that we have defined for, I think the 8259 series documents was looking more towards the federal buyers. And then with the consumer IoT, there's, you know, we've kind of tailored those towards those types of devices. So with those kind of slight differences, it can be a bit of a challenge to know what you need to certify for. Yeah, with multiple standards, it makes things very challenging. So, I mean, that's where we need to turn to things like NIST OLER, and I believe you guys have done some internal mappings with SESIP. Being able to do that translation and the mappings from one standard to the next, so that you can certify to one thing and have basically agreement between all parties that if you certified to that one, then you've done it for everyone. And so I think that's a big thing we're really pushing for, is not making the manufacturers have to jump through all the different hoops, make it all kind of unified hoops they have to jump through. Yes, of course, there's not going to be perfect harmonization everywhere, so there may need to be some individual testing that needs to be done, but if you can cover 90% or 99% of the tests or the cases that need to be done, you know, for everyone, then that would be, you know, an excellent way to approach this.
Roberto, what is your view about the standard and in one hand, multiple standard, in another hand, maybe some pieces that are not covered yet?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. You know, like 2017, you know, we published a document that is the state of the art, so C-level. So we try to understand what are the standards on cybersecurity, you know, for process, products, services, and so on. But I think that we come up with a very, very long list, considering like international ones, European ones, also national, also certification schemes. So there is a huge overlap also across different standards. It depends also where the proposers, let's say the community behind the standard, where it comes from. The fact that, you know, with cybersecurity, we see, for instance, the usage of industry-based standards like 62443 also in cybersecurity for different kind of aspects. So there are a lot of standards, but not always, you know, like, but there are still, you know, in cases some gaps that need to be fulfilled. Like Slavek mentioned the one about the cloud, but you know, like I think that it's on one end, as I mentioned before, it's important, like a simplification process that we need to have personal, I think, few certification schemes that are really rely on standards, technical specifications that are globally agreed. Because Gilles, as you mentioned, like we're working like on European cybersecurity certification schemes, but cybersecurity is a global market, so we need to really looking across the globe at international standards to make it easier for both European manufacturers to enter also other market, but also to have products that are certified, you know, based on what we need. And so there is a simplification process that needs to come there, and then to understand how we can really facilitate the life of the manufacturer, but also on the users of certified components. So a simplification from the standard point of view that could definitely help in that direction.
Okay, thanks. Yes, please.
Sorry, I just wanted to come in there because the idea of standards, the idea of methodology, and the idea of testing is something that's really important that we understand when we talk about the whole cybersecurity or security certification. You can have as many standards as you want. You can have 1,000 standards, but if you can start to base them around a methodology, then you can already start to do that harmonization. And that's where CESIP for us was important, because very much like common criteria, where we all, you know, in 2000s all the way to now, we harmonized around that as a methodology. So we said, look, this is a common language for how you describe security. And then we could generate things like protection profiles, where didn't matter what standard it was. So for example, Rob Coombs will speak later from ARM. So if you look at PSA, PSA is a certification, but it can use the methodology of CESIP, and it's done that very successfully. So you can harmonize around the methodology like CESIP and have multiple standards. And by doing that, so for example, with the ETSI 303645 and NIST 8259, there's a lot of commonality there. So you can generate a protection profile that matches both of those, written in the CESIP language, which is kind of what we've done in Global Platform. You can certify that product with that language and then claim both certification standards. And that's something that why CESIP for me is very important, because it's a common methodology. It's a toolbox that we can use to match all of the certification standards that we have and start to harmonize them and bring them together into maybe one test campaign.
Okay, thanks. Is there any question to the room or to the online attendance? Don't hesitate to ask some question. Yes. Just open the mic. You have a button. Voila.
Does it work? Yes. This is a question mainly to ENISA and NIST probably. The question is, we see SESIP it's a good methodology that solves many problems existing right now. What's the appetite of the national accreditation bodies to get methodology such SESIP to facilitate security assessment of the products, and that is solving the applying the composition, applying different layers model? It's solving most of the problems we have right now. Are you talking to the national accreditation bodies if they are looking for that, if they are sensitive to that?
Well,
I think you are the more close to be able to answer to the question, even though I don't know if you you're
Okay,
the right
so
one.
the fact is that the whole, well, I can speak about it from the perspective of the European framework or European certification framework, which is governed, which actually the governance of this framework is within the Commission. So maybe I did not mention it in my presentation because I went very quickly through this slide. The beginning, let's say, of the framework should normally start with a so-called European rolling working program for certification, which actually should contain an educated, well, by educated decision, which should contain the areas that need certification schemes in the near future. So this is still in the draft format for 2 years now. We expect some move in the direction of finalizing this by the Commission, because basically it's not only the Commission, this is both bodies, European member states and the industry that give input to this. And then only afterwards we could say if there is appetite for this specific one. I mean, certainly, well, okay, that's not also that's not a secret. We are expecting that the next certification scheme request that we will get will be about IoT. So at that moment, I'm 99.9% sure that such initiatives like SESIP will be certainly taken into account and contacted, and representatives will be invited for the ad hoc group, for example. Of course, that's my personal opinion. This here, I'm not talking on behalf of ENISA, but this is what I can expect.
Thanks, Slavomir. So maybe just to finalize our panel, we are ending the time for this panel. So maybe can I have some 30, 45 seconds last statement? And maybe I just want to come back to one point that has been raised. Do you really think that everything will be solved by horizontal scheme? Or do you think that the market of IoT is so segmented that we need to have some kind of both horizontal schemes and also some vertical schemes? So I don't know who wants to start. Paul?
Yeah, sure thing. So I guess one comment I should also make is that NIST is not a regulatory body or certification body. So any actual, knowledge of whether or not things will have traction for harmonized testing and evaluation that way, it's hard to say. But in terms of there being appetite for being able to do testing that addresses multiple sectors or multiple types of devices, I think that does exist in the U.S. market. It really, with NIST, we've been pushing for industry-based solutions. So if the industry is pushing for an evaluation scheme that will be able to address verticals and horizontally, that is something that can be done, or that's something that we, I think, would be pushing for. But I think a lot of these cases can be addressed through unified testing. There will always be edge cases that need to be addressed, in a more specific manner. But I think with trying to do a cross-cut of evaluation that can address the different types of devices, I think with a lot of security it involves protecting the data, whether it be on the device or in transit. So if you can evaluate that for IoT devices, that should cover most cases. There might be some specific things that we'll address for the different actuating components of that there's safety measures that I think need to be addressed, and that might be where some distinction might need to be.
Thanks, Paul. It was a little longer than 35 seconds, but anyway.
I
Thanks.
apologize for that.
Miguel, you want to be the next one?
Okay. Not the sentinel position, because we don't have such a thing. My personal view on horizontal or vertical, I think what needs to be certified, how products need to be designed should be vertical, but how they have to be evaluated or certified, that should be horizontal. We cannot have different standards or different solutions for basic, substantial, and high. I think it's a technological problem. When you analyze and you test, it's about the specifics of technology, not so much of the application. So I guess, I hope we don't see too many standards, too many schemes addressing the how to evaluate, which is the focus of working group 3. But I really understand that the specific requirements have to be analyzed on a risk-based method, and that could be vertical. That would be my personal choice.
Thanks, Miguel. Roberto?
Yeah, so well, I mentioned before that the idea will be to look at horizontal, horizontal standards. I like the point of Miguel, because indeed we have also different intended use, so that what we need to look at for defining also what are the security requirements. But I think that building up on horizontal one, we can using the composition approach to really try to serve, to add the delta and then to serve the vertical sectors. And that's why I personally think that the composition could be important, and then to look at.
Thanks, Roberto. So I will finish by the panelist here, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm also very much a fan of a horizontal certification scheme. The thing is really you have to cover each technology, each use case, and it's not very easy to meet this, right? And I think with our standards, we are going into a good direction if we standardize all the things. And we are seeing these overlaps between the standards. I think this is a very good start towards such a goal, but still we have to keep in mind the different technologies, the different use cases, and to see whether it's possible. So I will be very much a fan of it, but currently I'm not aware of it's being possible. But yeah, I'm looking forward to something like this in the future.
Thanks. John?
Security is inevitable. It was like safety many years ago. It's inevitable. It needs to happen. The problem that we have in modern society with culture wars and entrenched positions is everyone tries to grasp onto what they have. We're all going to have to give. So if we really want to make this happen, and all of the acts that are happening in legislation in Europe, we're going to have to work together towards it. EXO is a great example of that happening. The policymakers are going to have to involve industry. Don't suddenly drop the Cyber Resilience Act on us and then not without consultation. But also within industry, we have to realize that legislation is inevitable. Don't generate new standards, because it just makes everyone's work worse, and it ends up people cutting corners. So we really just need to all kind of work together.
Thanks.
So I will say something about, well, from practical point of view now. Well, the question, like, well, if we need a lot of vertical schemes or not, it's really depends on how the horizontal scheme will be written. Because it's like in CC, for example, we have these protection profiles, and there's nothing that, let's say, stops us by adding to the horizontal scheme, like extra requirements that would be based on the concrete sector. Of course, maybe during the assessment, it will be found that it's impossible for certain sectors. This I don't know, and I cannot say now, because this requires big assessment. But I'm also in favor of horizontal schemes. Although, as I mentioned earlier, that there's no one solution fits all, certainly.
Thanks a lot for your time, and I think it's time I know that there is a question that I will take out of the of the discussion. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for Paul being in the middle of the night and joining us. Thanks a lot, and Miguel and Roberto, thanks a lot for your participation, of course, to the panelists here. And the next will be.
So we're now going to have our first case study. So Bruno Moussard with ST Microelectronics is going to join us to talk about the use of PSA certified, the use of SESIP in PSA certified. So I think a good segue for the mention that John just did on the PSA certified scheme. So.
But just before we introduce Bruno, I think we need to thank all together.
Yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Bruno Moussard. I'm a security marketing manager at ST Microelectronics, a large European silicon vendor. Just to mention that I'm on the marketing side, so I will do a bit of promotion, and please apologize for this. One thing which is of importance is that we have a team dedicated to security now, just to promote the security feature in our product and to demonstrate the material effort that has been done. And what I'm going to introduce you just after. We work hand in hand with the classic product marketing with two missions. First of all is to define the security feature for any new product we are going to place on the market. I speak about microcontrollers and microprocessors. This is the first aspect. And the second one is the definition of the security certification. So product will have to be conformant to. It includes from time to time safety, but most of the time to run security. So here we speak about SESIP, we speak about vendor number generation, again, some US standards and so on. So now for any new product, I would say there's a voice for security. I would say that's something that is quite of importance. It started, let's say, more or less 2 years ago. And now for any new product we place on the market, either on the low end or on the high end, we place some security requirements, we place some security function, because any new silicon device in the future will be connected at some point. And just to show that SESIP can be something quite practical and physical at some point, I wrote a sort of demo with a silicon device that is very close to the one that has passed SESIP level 3 quite 2 years ago. It's a derived product, and on the next year we should pass the SESIP level 3 as well within the device. The difference is that it has some fancy graphics to do some smartwatches, metering application, this sort of thing. So if you want to have a look, it's quite practical and funny at some point. Just a quick introduction about ST. I guess that all of you know ST. It is a quite large company with thousands of employees around the world, with a pretty large, big revenue, and the business is pretty good this year, and we are happy about this. With multiple offices all around, with manufacturing site, it's a sort of mixed fab model. Initially it was an IDM with full integration of manufacturing, and now one part of manufacturing is based in Asia as well. But things are changing. We heard about the CHIP Act, and ST is an actor in this very bright initiative. In terms of product, I will speak about STM32 product, which is a wide portfolio of 32 bits microcontroller. Everything revolves around microcontroller in this presentation, because they are work with distribution. They don't buy large volume. So regarding the security aspect of things, there are applications that we are not aware of. That is something that is very important, and it's a sort of disruption compared to common criteria and smart card, this sort of stuff. So we lose track of our product at some point. So it's quite important considering the security threats. These are general purpose microcontroller, but we will focus on graphics, just like for the device, motor control, digital power, audio, and so on. So we address a very broad range of applications. To cover this market, we have a large portfolio of products with wireless devices, ultra low power. This one is graphic feature, but it's ultra low power for embedded applications. General purpose MCU and up to high performance MPUs for gateways, for multiple applications. It can be for connectivity in the large meaning. And we recently introduced AI. So it's a good transition to cybersecurity for AI because we consider that in the midterm, any product will have some sort of AI, either at the software or hardware level. There will be some consequence for security because regarding AI, you have to manage some secure data, you have to protect the algorithm. So there's things to come around AI in the world of security. Regarding ST, what at stake today is a challenge. It has already been explained by other presenters. This is a challenge at a worldwide scale. Today, the offers stay much fragmented, and many customers are a bit lost by this. They come to us and they ask us what should they do. As a silicon vendor, we can give recommendations, but we are not here to guide them to a certain scheme or to a certain standard. That's something that's quite difficult for many of them. It is driven by the public and the private sector, so it's quite hard to align all of this. There are some sovereignty aspects as well. On the silicon vendor side, I would say that we need to find the best approach. We spoke about cost, about speed, about recognition. So we need to identify the right approach to have some device certified with the reusability, composition, and so on. So today, our role in security is to explain what is reuse, what is composition, what is mapping, in order to ease the job of OEM vendors, of application vendors, I would say. So practically speaking, I would say that there's a wide range of certification schemes that has to be addressed. It's quite challenging. One thing that has added to this presentation compared to the one I did in Austin at springtime, we had a large customer survey in Europe. There were two main messages. First of them was that more than 60% of customers consider that security is important to address their own market. Today, they think about device cloning, they think about protection of their software IPs. So it becomes a real concern. On top of that, quite recently, the French Commissioner Thierry Breton spoke about the regulation that will come into force in 2 years from now. So we see fear appearing on customer faces. That's a good thing, but next to that, we have to respond, we have to propose things to them. So it's a challenge in any case. And the second good thing that we consider, it wasn't a very large panel, we consider about 80 people. But the message is quite clear in any case. More than 75% of them consider that certification is important. So for us, it can be a lever. So we are in SESIP. ST strongly invested in this technology, in this scheme. And we have a message to tell, given the fact that with SESIP, we have the flexibility to integrate the end application as well. So we are really happy about this. And that's a message we pass today at some point. So platform security is a cornerstone of security. That's what we deliver. We like it because it's a standardized approach with explicit security function and security guarantees with some mapping, this sort of stuff. Enabling the coverage of multiple OEM standards, including UI 2900, Matter, pushed by another CSA at some point, IOXT, EN 303645, and up to ISA 62443. We see now demand. I spoke about European customer, but from time to time we have some talks with people in Japan, in Korea, and so on. They are focused on the European market, and they ask us how to be sure that in 2 years from now, their product will be compliant with the European regulation. So that is a big topic in any case. So if we boil this down, what happens is that we need to ensure security for some components because it will stay enabler for OEM and service providers at some point. So they want to have some sort of seamless and secure provisioning. They want easy connectivity to the cloud. This is a big topic as well. How do we deliver a sort of security chain up to the cloud connectivity? We speak about the big cloud vendors, but there may be additional ones in our ecosystem. So these are things that we need to address, and it goes beyond the original, let's say, business of silicon vendors. So today, this sort of thing is at stake as well. And what are the core of security? The protection of customer assets, including device identity, keys, all this stuff that is quite critical in terms of security. This one is a bit commercial, but just to give you that what we have tried to do is to define a sort of meta framework with a list of the basic security functions that we can find in any IoT connected device. It includes secure boot, secure update, isolation between applications, handling of abnormal situation, cryptography, audit, management of life cycle, software IP protection, either for the firmware or for third-party application, because now we have some situation where the customer relies on ST secure boot, secure firmware update, which is a sort of basic function for any product during its life. They want to integrate their own application, and next to that, they want to do some third-party components covering proprietary algorithm around motor control, AI, and so on. So we have to propose solution in order they have the possibility to use this IP without having direct access to the code. So we have this sort of configuration, and that's what we call it third-party IP protection, beyond basic firmware protection, because the customer code are less and less monolithic now. So this is a sort of meta framework, but when we boil it down, we have two schemes that are quite of importance to us. First is SESIP, because SESIP is agnostic, it's flexible. With SESIP, we can cover MCUs and MPUs, because for MPUs, I speak about Cortex-A class devices. With MPUs, it's quite different. There's a mask boot ROM. Next to that, we have multiple steps of boot. So it's quite different from MCUs. It can cover MCUs as well. Today, we have passed a couple of certifications with MCU. And next to that, we have the ARM ecosystem, which is quite interesting in terms of communication. It's on the market for a couple of years now, and we deliver TFM for Cortex-M devices for many years now, and it can ease the adoption of our silicon device by the customer thanks to these software sets. So we like both of them, even if SESIP is on top of it, because it's agnostic and we can easily tailor the scheme to the security functions that will be implemented in the product. And it's an open door to composition. So for us, the SESIP value is pretty clear. This is a de facto standard for MCUs and MPU in terms of security evaluation and certification. It's derived for CC. Everyone criticizes CCs, but it's there for quite a long time and it works. So it's a strong pillar at some point. It's flexible. At level 3, and it was the case at level 2, and now it's the case at level 3. And we can kill two birds with one stone, meaning we go to the lab, we place one single request, and in the end, we can get 2 certificates. And we are quite happy with this. It works pretty well. And we have a plan to have this done for any new MCU we will place on the market. Now it's endorsed by the industry. It's supported by a global platform who has a strong visibility on the market. So in terms of marketing, it's quite easy to push SESIP at some point. Regarding our customer expectation, I spoke about reuse, composition. They want something that is simple and fast. That's the dream of everyone, but okay, that's the focus. It reduces IoT fragmentation because now we have a solution, it is in place, and I don't think we change in the future for the silicon device we sell to the market. There was a huge effort around mapping, and that's another message that we can pass. Starting from that, what was developed by GP, we did that for the platform, and the customer is free. Starting from the mapping, is free to leverage it to go to industrial business, to radio business with CSA / Matter. To be clear, going to 303, 645, so everything is in place now to leverage the power of SESIP and what has been done by many silicon vendors up to now. So practically speaking, on the ST side, it started a couple of years ago with level 1. At that time, it started with ARM. Then we enhanced the security effort to SESIP. It started with STM32L4, which is a low power devices. I will not go into the detail, just to mention that it was a long journey at some point. And we had a discussion yesterday evening. It was quite long and painful at some point because reaching to level 3 was very big investment in terms of software development, hardware development, and so on. So it's a long run at some point, but in the end, it's worth the value, honestly. We shifted to level 2 with another low power product, which is L5. Starting from this, with level L5 and U5, we introduced Cortex M33 with a physical isolation with the trust zone between the secure and unsecure world. So it gives additional feature of security. One thing that's not a detail because we speak about RPSA trust zone and so on, but in terms of integration, it goes beyond this because we give security attributes to any piece of component for peripheral, for memory with a fine granularity and so on. So it was a material effort in terms of architecture, but in terms of security countermeasure as well at hardware and software level, just to explain the landscape. And it went up to level 3 with physical attack resistance. It was quite 2 years ago now. And we consider that, I will show the strategy just after, that for any new product we place on the market, we will claim a basic set of security functions, including physical attack resistance. Because for many markets now, we consider that the risk around physical attacks is definitely here. And just to detail, we put some sort of legacy product. Legacy is a bit ambiguous because from the development standpoint, these are quite old products, but today they are here for the market for many years as well. Here we claim just level 1 because for these products that were developed years ago, there's no robustness against physical attacks. But that's a way to position any product in a sort of matrix in the end. So what we have learned up to now on the ST side, there's the value of the certification process, the certificate, and the communication we did around this. This is pretty well, but I would say that what is very important is that during this journey, it really improved security awareness of people doing chip design, doing software development. People, at some point, people from the supply chain, because we have some, let's consider product number with crypto, without crypto, with security, without security at some point, because some customer ask for some sort of legacy product. If you come with a full set of security and ask them to do the migration, it can be really tough. So that's why we have different profiles. For the same die, we sell the same product at some point without security and with security, and explaining them that for the same price, they have the possibility to have a comprehensive set of crypto with secure boot, all that stuff. But from the consumer standpoint, it can be complex to do this migration easily. That's a security, that's a concern today, but things are changing little by little. So it's improved security awareness inside ST. At some point, security from the ground up for new product development, because we consider that rather to do some sort of catch up with existing product for new development, we consider security by design. It affects the hardware, the software. But now, given the fact that all the silicon vendors deliver software stacks, we deliver tools and so on, we think that at the end, we'll have to apply some sort of security evaluation to any component that is in the chain. In the future, we will deliver some software component directly programmed by the customer in the device. So that means that the tool has to be robust against some sort of attacks. So it goes beyond the target of evaluation, which is most of the time the silicon device plus some piece of low-level software. So that's something that has to be considered for the future. So it rose our expertise. We are now a better understanding of some major security pitfall. We face some security attacks from people from the academic world, including people from Fraunhofer and so on. So we improve a lot, and we learn from these people. It was painful, but that's the game. That means that people have a deep look at what's inside the product in terms of security. Now we have to manage some sort of P-cert and with publication of vulnerability and so on. So we have to make the effort in terms of communication as well regarding security. What at stake here is the boot process, the management of the lifecycle. It impacted some IP development because now we need to consider the security, the potential vulnerability for any piece of software and hardware that we place in the product. We improve security with KMD, this kind of stuff. This is quite commonplace, but for the MCU business, we start from nothing at some point. So just one slide about the strategy. It's sort of communication from what we are doing at ST, but beyond this, what I want to explain is that here we have the legacy product that are at the bottom. We speak about MPSA level 1. We don't go to SESIP 1 because we don't consider it as a large opportunity, valuable opportunity, even if it can make sense. But I would say level 1 is a past, according to us. We are here with a product I mentioned just before, with a product supporting security countermeasure and software and hardware level with advanced crypto and so on, with IP protection, protecting the code, and later on protected some third-party component, with cloud connectivity, because we need to add some credential, keys, certificates, and so on. How do we manage this at the product level? So we need to take this into account. So today it works thanks to some open source software. Most of the time it's around RTFM. It's available today. We propose it to customer, but what we observe is that some customers are a bit lost. Okay, thanks for testing TFM from the security and from the functional standpoint, but it changes every day. If I stick to one version, if I want to do some upgrades, how can I manage this? So it's quite complex. So the customer come to us and ask, okay, can you deliver some security proven certificates with your liability on top of it? So that's a new challenge. We may do in the past some sort of closed product with software components more or less equivalent to TFM, but delivering some services. That today, that's a reflection at ST, because this is clearly the market demand. Next to that, there's an additional box, which is a bit lower compared to these two profiles. So profile are more or less the same, except that we extend the total to some service. Just to be clear. Here, what we consider is that for entry-level products, even product with an ARM trust zone or using different core architecture, for this type of product with less feature, we want to claim at least two key security features. First is a firmware protection, customer firmware protection. I mean the code that is executed by the device, and a secure boot. These are two key features that we want to position at a sort of level 3, meaning having less feature than the usual suspect, I would say, but with the same level of robustness, meaning an attack potential between 21 and 24. So the message is to is the following: for any new product we place on the market, whether on the low end or on the high end, we want to claim some sort of robustness that is equivalent to level 3. Here we go with SESIP. We have some discussion with the lab with a sort of subset of security function, and we want to have a SESIP certification on top of this, provided that it is in line with the methodology and the usual requirements. So that's a strong message. Level 3 is at stake for any new product. And I guess it is my last slide. In conclusion, I would say that SESIP is a very valuable evaluation framework, and we push it to customer. We promote it quite extensively. So that's something that is very important. We hope to have this composition stuff coming with the extension to the OEM. Today we push some customer to have their application evaluated against SESIP on top of some ST security platforms. That's what we push today. We have some positive response, and it may be a sort of joint activity because the customer will not succeed in doing this on their own. That's clear today. I mentioned this extension to entry-level product to have inventory. In fact, that is something that is quite interesting because when discussing with product marketing people, they say, okay, we have a limited set of application for the entry-level product, but in the end, it may go to metering devices and so on. So by default, then we consider that any new silicon will be involved in connected application. So by default, consider that we have to be robust. That is a key one. So, and this is a wish. Now we think about bringing additional services. The first stage of the rocket, 1 minute? Okay, thank you. First stage of the rocket was a silicon device, and you have the tool, some code examples, secure boot, secure firmware update, this sort of thing. Now, customer asks for services. It includes secure programming. For instance, customer has the silicon device program at contract manufacturers. So we deliver a way to have their firmware program in a secure way and with a limited number of chips to be programmed just to avoid cloning and first thing to avoid disclosure of their firmware on the contract manufacturing side. And then I spoke about the cloud registration with services around zero-touch provisioning and direct commissioning when the device is connected on the field. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Bruno? If not, we are going to break for lunch now.
Okay.
We do have
Thanks
two.
for your attention.
Oh, you do have to.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hello, it's Chris Lowe from Huawei. Bruno, excellent presentation. Thank you very much. To what extent do you see the inbound new stuff like SBOM and vulnerability sharing? They're coming soon. SBOM is going to be legislation in the USA.
Yeah.
Is this something that you're looking at in terms of your product roadmap? In terms of how it's going to be?
Yeah. I mentioned PSOC.
Yeah.
It will be mandatory. We think about today a strategy, a policy, because how do you disclose your vulnerabilities? I mentioned that we have this issue with a quite large portfolio of customers. If one tier 1 customer discovers a vulnerability, we have a sort of portal in order, as I mentioned, the vulnerability. If you disclose the vulnerability to everyone, it can be a real issue. So we have a sort of policy with embargo for a limited time in order that the tier 1 have the time to fix the issue. And then we communicate this to, let's say, to the general public at some point. The problem is we lose track of some customers and we don't know exactly. That's quite complex to address. But today we go this way because we have some customers who do point of sale terminals. They like SESIP, and in the end, it is a path to PCI certification. So, okay, that's a sort of side effect of SESIP. because you cover side channel resistance, sort of stuff, and you look at PCI, you cover this. So for this specific case, it's not a majority of our customers. Some do, some point of sale terminal with general purpose microcontrollers. We disclose this because the impact is quite big to them. We assess the impact together, and then we roll out a sort of communication plan regarding vulnerabilities. But today we are forced to do this, and we do this.
That sounds like quite a mature and impressive process, a balanced approach. Yeah, amazing. Excellent.
Any question online?
One was from your survey and experience promoting security. Do you a sector having more needs or interest than others? Do you see a sector, I'm guessing, do you see a sector having more needs or interest than others? For example, automotive, consumer, medical, industrial?
Regarding automotive, at ST, the organization is, we don't cover automotive, just to be clear on this. I would say that rather than a given industry or market, there's a sort of geographical approach. I would say there's much traction from the US. People asking provisioning, cloud services, and many security features that today are not really available when they buy the silicon device. So they are the big boys who manage everything. They have some security experts and so on. But for industrial in the US, I think about industrial and some consumer consumer application, they push for more security, including physical resistance, I would say. So industrial and consumer, especially in the US. In Asia, at a high level view, I would say the focus is on price. Even if little by little they ask us to introduce some security feature, but the focus is on price. But in the US, security has a very strong value, and they push for additional services, additional features, and so on.
All right, thank you, Bruno.
Thank you.
We're going to break for lunch, so we'll see you all here again in an hour. For the ones online, we'll be back at the scheduled time, and I hope you're enjoying the session and continue to be with us in the afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. We apologize a few minutes late starting, but lunch got delayed a little bit, but we're ready to start, and we have right now our keynote with Olivier Vanimus, and he's going to be presenting on the mapping of SESIP to security standards. So we talked about a lot of mapping in the previous discussions and the importance of the mapping. So Olivier will give us a bit more on what that means, what kind of standards have been mapped already, and a preview for the futures.
So good afternoon, everyone. And as Anna just introduced me, and as you can see on the slide, and my name is, I believe, one of the easiest one that we have today. Then Olivier, that's easy part, and the name is Vanimus. And as you can see, I work for ST Microelectronics, but I am also chair of the Security Task Force in Global Platform. So then after the good lunch that we have, and I think that's explain a little why we have a little late now, then I will introduce the mapping of SESIP to security standard, and Eve already introduced some topics, and you will see that you have some overlap between two presentations, but I will try to go a little more deeper, and you will have more explanation. And I hope that at the end, probably also after the lunch, having a refresh, that it's a good time to have it. So as it's presented early today, then you know that SESIP is targeting platform certification, and we find platform more or less in all devices that we have, that we will have in your hands in our life, knowing that the components, you have component and chip everywhere. And chip that's providing is providing functionality, but also providing security, because we know that all what is digital and mainly connected, that could be linked to a hack. And in that way, the protection and security, and we say that a lot this morning, is important. And having certification, it's a way to have the guarantee, and it's obviously the way of SESIP, and not go too much. In the other hand, we see there is a trend, and it's led by authority, and it's more my personal view, but it's very good things that the authority try to increase the security level that you have in all our devices, and are pushing in a way to decrease any leaks, private data that are stored, whatever. It's very a good way to do. However, it's the bad side of that. We see some regulations that are more regional, and there is with that a lot of standards that are coming and linked with the regulation, or could be also not linked with regulation, but with their own sectors, and it becomes more and more difficult to at the end be compliant with all of them. If we're targeting such compliances, it will cost a lot at the end to be so much certification number. Rationalization, as I've introduced this morning, is really important. If we look the map that you have on the world, and mainly linked with regulatory rules, we see that we have some specific, or more maybe a little more precise alliance that are selected. Like for Europe, the well-known was the EN 303645, or the associated for the industrial, like the 62443. Where you have equivalent in US with, by example, 8259 and the 8425 that are, I would say, in the principle have some equivalence and in the same idea. So we think that SESIP that are used some methodology as common criteria, having, as described this morning, security assurance, that providing an assurance and a level about that, and base, and I will insist for the security function requirement. I just insist on that because I will reuse this term several times later on the presentation, and provide in an understandable way the mechanism or the functionality of your platform to the upper layer. And this is where we are coming with something new or helping. It's the mapping, and we try to do mapping with several known association, known specification that are covering, and the idea is to be able to facilitate at the end the certification and the compliance for the customer and the product to this specific legislation or specific specification and regulation. If we look how we built the certification and the program in which spirit, we defined first, obviously we have a product and we target to do something, but with this product, we define a SESIP profile. The SESIP profile is really to well express and do some limitation about what is doing the product, what is doing each function, and what is doing each security function requirement, and my fabulous SFR. It's also have alignment with a level of security that I would like to reach with my platform, knowing that my platform could have some flexibilities. Then it's also include and define a real security target for what I will submit to the labs. Based on that, then I've defined and I have agreement between people or association that define SESIP profile, and in GP we have several one already done. And the developer is able to develop its platform following the requirement of the profile. Later on, obviously, the laboratory have to perform the evaluation, and again, he will verify according the profile and what is required, and he will do the evaluation, and hopefully, if it's happening well, obviously, it's go to the certification body, and certification body will say, guys, very good job, and the platform reach the expected level, and you have the step. And thanks for that. But it's a way. And This is what we do with certification. But now how we are able to do the mapping, and the idea is to be able to reuse what we did and to facilitate the compliance with other specification. And this is what we have and what we call the mapping to a standard. And the idea is to be able to have a proof that we have a dedicated requirement in the standard that are supported by a security function requirement. Could have A, Y, Z that's supported by SFR A, B, and DIT. And at the end is how we demonstrate the compliance. I take more the example of the EN 303645 to highlight more concrete example how you have to apply this this mapping and how it's done and have to be used at the end by the device manufacturers. Then just to reintroduce the EN 303645 is targeting consumer product, consumer connected product, and it's provide baseline requirement. Then it's quite obvious that if you are quite large regarding the product, the specification is not so precise. You have several requirements to fit all the product. As the product could be brush to tend your or to managing your clothing, having some measurement about how many work you are during the day, then the idea of consumer IoT is very, very large. And the idea is obviously to protect your data, increase security, then in fact, you find some baseline and some recommendation into the specification to try to have common practice about what you need to do and what you need to protect. And it's provide a pragmatic approach because we could have a lot of architecture about the device, and even if you have an idea of what is the purpose of the device, the way how you build it, that could be totally different. You may have a small hardware or a hardware having more information, having bigger application, or having a plenty of connection because you like to have Bluetooth, you have an ultra wideband, whatever. Then you may have a lot of combination that's feasible, and this have to be fitting with what's defined in this document. And it's the purpose to provide practice and a list of rules regarding what you would like to do. Obviously, if we have a list of requirements, we need to know how to do the compliance. Otherwise, there's no sense at all to do it. And this is the purpose of the specification 103701 that's provide, in fact, the mechanism for the conformance of this specification. And it highlights 4 items. Then the first one is what we call the ICS, is the conformance statement. The purpose is to provide, according to the capabilities of the device, what you have to do regarding the list of requirements. You may have some complement information with the extra information for testing that provide information about the environment of the device. By example, that could be the way how to access to the communication interface and to use it in some circumstances. Obviously, when you build on what you are able to do with your product and according to the requirement, you need to define the test plan and how you will do the test. And obviously, the latest point is execute the test and do the assessment. That could be according how you do it, either by yourself or could be done by third party that, by example, a labs. So what we call a mapping. Then a mapping is what we have between the SFR that we have and define in the profile, by example, and your product. Because we have a platform, what we have in the profile is quite large and could have your product or the chip could be used in plenty of devices. It's not one. Then you may have several functions that might be not used in the dedicated final device because it's useless. On the other hand, your device may have additional capabilities that are provided by the platform, and in this case, you need to complement what is existing. And this is where I'm going with the mapping. The mapping is the mechanism to identify which SFR is already implemented or defined in the platform that are already evaluated through SESIP methodology or SESIP evaluation, and that could be reused in the capabilities of the device. And this is what we call the mapping. And it means that with that, the device manufacturer is able to know which function he do not have under its control. It's not because it's not under his control that it's bad. In fact, it's the opposite. Not under his control, meaning that he have to do nothing because everything is already done for him. And this is the benefits. Once he did the mapping and he liaise the both, in fact, he have the evidence thanks to the certification that all these parts is already tested and validated. It means that for costs for him as nothing, he keep a security at the level as defined, but for him it's like you have, I would say, no security or no additional cost. And with keeping the expected level of security, he reduces his cost and time for certification. Then that's how it's done with a device. Now we apply exactly in the same idea for the compliance. Then I just explained that I have the device. My device was certified with SESIP, and my manufacturer would like to be compliant with the EN 303645. What he have to do? He already know what is under his responsibilities and what is reused as the SFR already provide. And in the same idea, he have to see what is required by the specification and what will be under his responsibilities, meaning he implemented these functionalities, or he may rely on what is partially supporting, meaning that he need to complement a functionality existing, or he totally rely on something existing. And it's the three topics that he have to identify to do the quantification and what have to be complement in terms of, you remember having test plan just to reuse and complement what is missing and what you have complement, and do the test only on this part. And it's in the same way, you can reuse what is already done in certification by SESIP. And this is in the way where we are doing the mapping. It means that in Global Platform, we write the mapping, we try to provide them to facilitate the work of the manufacturer as it's already done based on the SFR that we have and the profile that we give. Meaning that for him, this work is already done. I don't say you have just to check at the end of the page. This is what we are looking for. Obviously, it's never like that. But yes, we simplify the work of the device maker. And then when he is able to reuse the mapping, when he do the certification, he has the evidence that some part is already reused and validated for the mapping. And he, I would say, have the guarantees about the capabilities of the platform that he will reuse in his product. And this is what I mean, just reuse the test plans, rely on what is existing, and at the end, it reuse the cost of its certification and also reuse the cost for this compliance of his device. Now, just to see that we are not only working on one mapping, there is also other mapping that are existing, and this one is very interesting because it's coming from other organizations. And we do not develop this mapping ourselves, but it's done outside by Global Platform, and this is why it's important and interesting because showing the interest that we have from other organizations to what we are doing as work in SESIP. Then for the NIST, just to highlight, and I not go into much detail, but it's exactly work and develop as I explained for the EN 303645. Here, just to extract a copy of the document, and it's public information, you just need to click on the link that you will have or look on the website and you will have the document. you have two parts. For the first one, they are talking about a superset of. It means that for this one, it's partially covered, meaning that the device maker have to complement with the part this one. However, for the second one, they use the term equal. It means that it's fully supported. And for this one, the device maker has just to rely on what existing, nothing to do. Very good for him. And I come to the conclusion, it's the purpose of SESIP, and that will help that when you sell product, and especially for chip maker, you not sell product for only one device, but we sell product for the same product we'll use in several devices, and these several devices will use whatever worldwide. Will not focus to be EU product, to be US products, it's worldwide. And the way how we are doing the mapping, that will facilitate the deployment and the certification of the cost that you have for device, whatever they will be on the world. More, I don't say that all specifications are the same, but are really written in the same spirit. Don't forget that it's something that I say quite often, but a hacker does not follow the rules that you define regionally. He don't care at all. The hacker would like to just break your product. For him, there is no rule at all. And when we try to do security and having something certified, our goal as manufacturers, and I assume device, you hope that you are not be broken at all. It's again not the rules is there to help you, but the rules does not help you if you are broken. So here I just highlight that for the manufacturer, the mapping definitely will help to identify what is required in the functionality and what it can reuse in the mapping done by Global Platform and done by the mapping. In Global Platform, we try to facilitate the provisioning by written and providing the mapping as document that will be published soon. And thanks with SESIP, you have the guarantee and the evidence that part of the work is already done. And just to highlight the profile that you are working for, and I will not enter too much to detail to each of them, but we focus to have something for the consumer and industrial, and I heard that this morning is really aligned with that. For Europe, US, we're also looking for Asia. It's a little more difficult to identify a good one, but they are relying times also on the European one. We also target something for X5 and some automotive that we also try to expand, because we see that automotive market is discovering that SESIP might help, and I know that Anna will probably discuss later on today, but there is some link to the automotive initiative. That's it for one presentation. Maybe you have a question. Thank you.
We have one hand raised, and I've asked if you want me to unmute them.
Okay, I think we have a question here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have just a question to the mapping itself. How do you make sure that it is up to date, as if you know that EN 303645 is currently revised, or IEC 62443 is also currently revised? How do you make sure that the mapping is then in accordance with the revised version? Thank you.
Then it's a good question. What I would say, we base on the current known one. It's true that if there is some update, we will have to revisit to be compliant with a release. We are always, when you provide a version, you are compliant with this version. If there is update, obviously you need to rework a little and do adaptation with difference. Also, in Global Platform, by example, by looking the mapping that is required, we had a new release 2.0, including some additional software to better fit with the mapping that don't say we discover, but we believe it's easier to express and to have the evidence and guarantee fitting better the mapping that we will have today.
Yeah, related to this question, are you also trying to engage with the committees working on these revisions so that you are aware of the revisions, and then then of course you can create the mappings immediately.
There's also an insurance part that if you use the mapping of the old standard, there's also
you have to push a button. No, you have a button to push.
It's a bit asocial. There's also an insurance part that actually, as we're using the mapping of the old standard, the one that uses that for showing 303, 645, we'll see, look, you have the SESIP mapping of the old-fashioned one or the out-of-date one. So there's also belt and suspenders, right? There's also quality control later in the usage. But yeah, ideally we know what's coming.
There is one question, John.
On the back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to get my microphone to work. It's not a question, it's really a statement. I mean, this whole idea of mapping and the whole idea of protection profiles, technology doesn't sleep, and these things should be adaptable. So the 303.645 is a baseline requirements, but as attacks evolve and as technology evolves, it will be a catalogue that has to change. I think the problem that we have within our industry is we're very much, or where we're previously focused on common criteria, and common criteria relied on the protection profile model, and it had a very formal way of approving those protection profiles. I think with SESIP, it's a little more flexible, and it allows you to generate a protection profile in a couple of weeks, and also to update it if needed. And I think also with this mapping is very flexible. So it's nice that you have a picture of the 303.645 at that stage, but it must be kept up to date.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Olivier.
Welcome.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Daniel Gross, and he joins us from Amazon Web Services. I believe he's already online.
Hi, my name is Dan Gross, and I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS. I work on FreeRTOS and AWS IoT, and we're going to talk about why SESIP certification matters for FreeRTOS. So the agenda today, I'll talk a little bit about what is FreeRTOS and why the SESIP certification excites the FreeRTOS project, and some about the target of evaluation assumptions that we used for our SESIP certification with FreeRTOS, and then some considerations for your future SESIP certified product, and then a slide for some call to action bullets. So first off, what is FreeRTOS? So FreeRTOS, as the name suggests, is a real-time operating system, and it's free to use. So it is an open source project that was started 18 plus years ago by Richard Berry, who's now a senior principal engineer at AWS, and it's widely distributed. Some of our statistics show that it's downloaded every 170 seconds, for example. And it's an RTOS that has been ported to 40 plus different architectures, including ARM v8M, which is the architecture in the Cortex M33, as well as RISC-V, which is a growing architecture. We have broad partner ecosystem support, so companies that are silicon vendors, for example, like ST or NXP or Infineon, integrate with FreeRTOS. As I mentioned, it's an open source project, and so it comes with a very permissive MIT open source license. So it really is free to use, and it's maintained on GitHub, and so you can see all the source code. Now, FreeRTOS is not only a kernel, but it also includes modular libraries, and these libraries that are available include connectivity libraries, and they're agnostic to any cloud. So, for example, MQTT, TCP, etc. And then there are some AWS-specific libraries that are included as well, if you want to use them. But again, they're modular, and so oftentimes you can just use FreeRTOS as the kernel itself. And where's FreeRTOS used? It's used in a lot of devices like you might see below, like coffee machines, light bulbs, door locks, that sort of thing. And recently, FreeRTOS achieved the SESIP assurance level 2. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that process and some of the targeted evaluation that was done there. And I'll also mention that we're currently working on SESIP assurance level 3 for FreeRTOS, and so that is coming. Okay, so why SESIP certification excites the FreeRTOS project? Well, prior to the SESIP model, certification of each of the layers of the stack was perhaps a bit challenging. If you look at a typical software stack, you start with the hardware, and then above that is drivers and the bootloader. Then typically is FreeRTOS, and then some middleware or libraries, and then your user application that takes advantage of all those things. And in the past, certification of all the layers occurred at the end of development. So once the whole stack was developed, then you could go for certification. And the certification duration was uncertain because of the various issues at each level on the stack. Furthermore, the certification process resets anytime the layer is modified. So if you change the driver or changed some component, then it's reset. And then IoT product delivery risk is always high. So this adds additional risk to your IoT project, and also probably time. So now certification using the SESIP model with FreeRTOS, the certification of individual layers occurs outside of IoT product development cycle. So now you can certify each individual layer, and the certification duration is more certain due to the focus on the application itself. So typically you'll just get the application certified at this point. Certification process discreetly will reset if any layer is modified, and then finally the IoT product delivery is reduced as well. So let's talk a little bit about the FreeRTOS test areas and the target of evaluation assumptions that we used for SESIP certification. So first off, some basic assumptions about the test. Physical attacks were not in scope for the test. Also, the target of evaluation must have a memory protection unit. And so the hardware that we used for FreeRTOS had to have an MPU, which is a hardware unit that is responsible for protecting memory. And also the tests do not add any hostile code to the TOE. So development teams in this case need to be trusted and must implement development team rules that constrain the FreeRTOS source code modification. So there's a sort of a level of trust that the source code is what it should be. Also, over-the-air updates, or firmware over-the-air, FOTA as it's known, uses the AWS IoT OTA Update Manager, which is a service that that AWS has that works with FreeRTOS. And then the SESIP project for FreeRTOS we made available on GitHub for the test. And so the project itself is there at the link under GitHub, and so you can check it out for yourself. And then also the version of FreeRTOS that we used was the 2012 00 LTS release. And so I'll talk a little bit about FreeRTOS LTS, which is long-term support. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But essentially, we have versions of FreeRTOS that fall into a long-term support version scheme. And so FreeRTOS 2012 LTS was chosen for this CSIP certification. It includes the kernel plus the libraries in the certificate. So those were some of the basic assumptions from the security evaluation standard for IoT platforms. Users can verify what they have, that they have a secure product only if they can obtain identifications of the product parts. So that's part of the specification. And so for this particular test, we explore identity verification. So in this test, the implementers can verify the software versions that are included in the product by the LTS manifest file. So as I mentioned, the FreeRTOS long-term support version comes with a manifest file, and that's essentially an inventory of all of the components and versions of the software in the release. Also, the environmental condition that the implementer is trusted and would not modify the CSIP certified FreeRTOS source code. So that's an assumption that was made for identity verification. Also, identity verification for the connected platform relates to the runtime identification under device operation. So in other words, when the device is running, is the identity verification is done to the connected platform, which in this case is AWS. And the MQTT connect infrastructure is what is used to uniquely identify the client ID according to the application requirements. So in an IoT device, typically you'll connect over MQTT using that protocol, and so this particular structure is used for identity verification there. So that's test one. I'll cover two more areas of test. So again, according to the specification, addressing security flaws, functional bugs, or improvements may require an update of the platform in the field. So composite developers and evaluators can be assured that the update mechanism itself will not enable an attack. So what does that mean? So this gets us into test area 2, which is a system update via over-the-air update, also known as OTA, or in some cases FOTA, firmware over the air. In a over-the-air update, it makes it possible to update device firmware without expensive recall or a technician visit. So we're familiar with this. Our IoT devices do get updates occasionally to software. And so, you know, a quick response to security vulnerabilities and software bugs that are discovered after the device is deployed in the field. So this is the advantage, is if you ship a device with with software that has a security vulnerability, obviously, you can now update that in the field and remedy the security vulnerability. FreeRTOS has an OTA client library, and it enables update notifications, downloads, and cryptographic verification. And so this is what we used in the CSIP certification. And the OTA library is continuously verified using what's known as formal methods. And so there's some more information about formal methods here on freertos.org if you want to learn more about what that means. Okay, and so now into our third area of test, and that's the platform developer can separate the critical assets in different parts of the platform and so safeguard them from compromises of other parts of the platform. So in this test area, we're testing software isolation, and software isolation helps protect against attackers modifying memory. And so there's two parts of that. One is hardware, and the other is software. So on the hardware side, as I mentioned earlier, we require a memory management unit or a memory protection unit, and so there are hardware platforms that have these, and in our case, we used an NXP solution for that. And on the software side, the kernel port implements capabilities to work with the MMU and MPU. And so in this case, FreeRTOS takes advantage of this. And if you want to learn more information on the specifics of how this was done and some of the mechanics there, one of our senior engineers, Gaurav Argawal, he has a blog which talks about using the ARMv8m features with an MPU. So this is a really nice blog if you want to check that out. Okay, so that covers the three test areas for FreeRTOS. And now let's talk a little bit about considerations for your future CSIP certified product using FreeRTOS. So as you can see, we have an application stack here. Your application is the one in yellow above, and it sits on all of the green components below. And this represents an application with no modified layers. And so essentially, really all you would need to get certified is your application. All of the other components have been certified under CSIP. As long as there's no modification, then this is a very straightforward path to certification. And so you can see how this would be a lot easier to certify when it's just your application. Now this represents an example of an application that has modified layers, and yeah, with the air quotes, let me tweak the kernel just a little bit. Then it basically requires that the whole stack be recertified in that case. And so so just word of caution as you develop an application to try to keep the layers that are CSIP certified intact. Okay, as I mentioned, I wanted to talk a little bit about what FreeRTOS LTS means. And so FreeRTOS LTS, otherwise known as long-term support, allows for better predictability and future stability of FreeRTOS and the associated libraries. And so this is a release that's maintained for 2 years. And it covers the FreeRTOS kernel as well as the connectivity libraries like Core MQTT, Core HTTP, Core JSON. And then it also includes other libraries like a security library, Core CS11, and then also AWS libraries that are specific to the AWS cloud. And this, the libraries as well as the kernel receive security updates and critical bug fixes, and they're applied for 2 years. And so this is all maintained by AWS for free, and it's all part of the open source MIT license. And I'll mention that a new FreeRTOS LTS version was just released a few days ago, and so we are actually into a new cycle of LTS. The old one is still supported for another 6 months, but we have a new LTS that will be maintained for 2 years, I believe, starting a few days ago. Now, on top of the free LTS versions of FreeRTOS, which are available to everyone and free, FreeRTOS also has an extended maintenance plan that we introduced recently. And this is for those who want support and patches and critical bug fixes for up to 10 years beyond the expiration of LTS. And so this is a paid plan, and as you can see, 10 years is a long time. And so this is something that's offered by AWS on top of the free LTS version, and requires an annual subscription to sign up for. But we've heard from customers that this is something they want. Some of their products are in the field for a very long time, and so this is something that we've now made available. And you can find out more about this on freertos.org. Okay, so call to action. So a few things. So I think you have to ask yourself, where is your business on the stack? Are you developing applications, middleware, hardware, etc.? What layers do you depend on, and are those layers certified? And then you learn about which SESIP specification areas are important to you by visiting the links. And then do a gap analysis on your layer and understand what aspects need to be certified, and then of course get certified.
These incentives at some time can become regulation that you must comply with, and whatever comes after that. So we see a trend here happening. Not a different story in Australia, a similar thing. They applied the code of practice for securing the Internet of Things for consumers. Again, the code was largely based on the CEN 303645. There was no voluntary update, and now the Australian government, they are discussing, they're signaling intent to regulate this, and the regulation might be heavy the way they're discussing it. For example, they're wondering if they should just regulate the minimum baseline, like the 5, 1, 2, and 3, or they should make everything on this list a baseline. So it can be heavy depending on how it lands. So what we see here, in my opinion, is that many governments, not only are they paying attention to consumer electronics as far as IoT goes, they are staging for the ability to be able to regulate and enforce IoT security, okay? And there's heavy focus on consumer electronics, just because the maturity of security practices for consumer electronics in IoT is still at its infancy. So next, I would like to share our observations and experience in working with industries and partners in general in this area. So first off, where do we come from? Microsoft as a company, has the largest availability of cloud offering around the world. What that means is that they are also exposed to different regulations that exist around the world as well. To give you a sense of that, Microsoft Azure is a piece of Microsoft Cloud. It's just a component of Microsoft Cloud. But Microsoft Azure alone currently has 110 compliance offerings. So the reason Microsoft does this is so that when our partners, our customers, they build applications on the Microsoft Cloud, they are not exposed, or they are not exposed heavily to these regulatory requirements. In other words, if you build on a Microsoft cloud, these are something that you get. You get this compliance on there already. So it's something that Microsoft can take care of it for you, or it does takes care of it in the cloud. But the reality of it is that any solution is end-to-end. Compliance for any solution is end-to-end. It is not only in the cloud, it extends to devices. And today we're talking about consumer IoT, it extends to those consumer devices as well. So for that reason, there is this concept of compliance as a shared responsibility. And what we're seeing here is where the responsibilities lie. So when it comes to data centers and data center infrastructure, that is what Microsoft can do. They can provide all the compliance, the requisite compliance on there so that you can build applications. Solution builders can build applications that comply. But when it comes to the end devices, for the end products, so you're talking devices, information and data, accounts and identities, this is in the ownership of the solution builders of this. So this becomes a responsibility of the solution builder because they own that infrastructure or they define what that infrastructure is. And then that is also true with on-prem cloud, again, because they make the decisions on what the hardware is and what that infrastructure lands like. So it is always this shared responsibility. At the end of the day, compliance means it should comply from end to end, from the end device all the way to the data center hardware. But we have to work together in order to get that global compliance. So that is that sense of shared responsibility here. So last April, when we met in Austin, I was able to share testimonials from one of our solution building partners and also one of our device OEM partners. And I believe that was available on the global platforms on demand afterwards. I'll encourage you to go see it there. But I thought to bring it here just to reflect on what it means to work with our partners and experiencing this journey firsthand. So most of our decisions, they are driven by our experiences with our partners and our customers. We work very closely with them. And then it's also informed by data like actual surveys. I'm going to be sharing some of it today. When we engaged for this particular solution, it was way back in 2018. It took us a while to get this solution. So first and foremost, in order to get a secured device, the concept of an appliance like this, securing an appliance end to end, it wasn't really existent. There is standards to secure the components that exist in this appliance, but holistically as an appliance offering a solution, the security of it was not existent. So we work with partners to create the edge compute node protection profile. I'm going to share a little bit more about that later. And then next, there was a need for compliance, and compliance in different areas, different kinds of compliance, which our solution builder, together with the OEM, they had to work, they had to work in order to get the device certified in each of these compliance. And it was a wholesale. In other words, you have to take it to GDPR certification or NIST certifications independently. And we can see how SESIP is going to help mitigate this. But those are the kinds of experiences and the challenges that we try to solve that also motivates us to work in this space and see how we can work very closely with our partners in order to highlight these solutions. Then another source of information for us is the IoT Signals report, which Microsoft has been publishing since 2019. So this is a survey across industry, across different segments, across every geography on the pulse on IoT, so survey and get the information. Usually published around August to October of each calendar year. This time around in 2022, Microsoft collaborated with Intel in order to create that report. Some of the things that pop out that will be that is relevant here is so here the question is the types of vendors involved in more than half of a company's smart factory initiatives. So in other words, in a smart factory, first of all, this is focused on manufacturing, the manufacturing sector. So previously it's been IoT in general. This time around, IoT has matured enough in such a way that they can take a sector and focus on. This year, it is focusing on manufacturing. So this data is really based on the manufacturing segment. Okay. So what you see here is that there is heavy reliance on equipment manufacturers, for compliance. There is deep and heavy reliance on all these different roles in the supply chain of manufacturing, there is heavy reliance on the equipment manufacturer for compliance. And more solution builders are demanding pre-certified edge compute hardware. So again, they are paying attention to compliance. They are paying or they are doing it for risk management reasons. For whatever reasons, they are paying great attention to compliance, and they are leaning more and more on their hardware partners in order to deliver that. As you saw in the previous slides, the interplay between Willow and Scalys is the same. So Willow relied a lot on Scalys in order to get that compliance done. And so for us, we do not focus just on cloud. We try to see how we can simplify those experiences for our partners and our customers. This is one example with Azure RTOS. As you can see on the left side of the screen here, it is not new to compliance at all. So we have like pre-certifications for these different industry segments. You know, it's pre-certified to comply on those. And one thing we quickly realize is that, yes, we can take every single industry segments that our customers or our partners want to use Azure RTOS and take it into compliance. However, we see SESIP as a potential avenue to scale that effort. So if we do like a SESIP compliance, then it might provide us a more scalable avenue to get a lot more of this or to get a lot more of these compliances. And when I say we, I mean our partners, because they are the ones making the decision to use an Azure RTOS in a device, and they are the ones choosing the industry segments that they want to work in, and they are the ones who are faced with the regulatory requirements. If you can get SESIP compliance and then use the notion of composition that SESIP offers, we are hoping, it's a hypothesis, we are hoping that it simplifies the compliance burden on our customers and our partners, okay? And it provides for scale in that sense. I promised to give more about the edge compute node protection profile. It's a common criteria protection profile. We created this again to solve the problem of providing security at the appliance level. So this is the information on it. We made it in such a way that there is a baseline protection profile that captures the security functions, but also a submodule, a mandatory submodule that defines the type of hardware isolation. So for example, if you're protecting just keys for high integrity compute, or maybe you want to protect an execution environment for confidential computing, for example. So again, by setting it up this way, it lends itself again to SESIP for inner device composition. And we'll see next that it doesn't end only in the inner device, it also goes external to the device. So last time, I was very happy to share that the SESIP sub-task force has taken on cross-recognition of ECNPP with SESIP. So this work is ongoing. We are really excited to see how how our customers are going to engage on this, because many of them, they are exposed to other regulatory standards like 62443, for example. In industrial IoT is a big requirement. And if they have like a SESIP cross-recognition and have ECNPP, they can easily gain these two certifications and other certifications in a scalable fashion. So our view is on the device baseline, you know, there are several compositions that is happening there for different standards, but it doesn't end there. When we really talk about compliance, we're talking about compliance at the solution level, which is really the industry or the regulatory compliance or regional compliance. For example, getting there would need compliance at the application layer or marketplace layer, the solution layer in solution or the operational layer in order to get there. And on all of that, we are hoping that SESIP can be a partner there in providing compositions in order to allow ability to scale out compliance. So again, a hypothesis here. We are all betting, and we'll rely on the data that comes out of this, you know, to validate that bet. So final insights here. So in addition to focus on consumer electronics and why governments are going there and seeing that it is the right thing for government to focusing on this, we additionally see that more and more solution builders, they are relying on their device manufacturing partners for compliance. And if device manufacturers, they have to engage solution builders in different industries, they become highly exposed. So they are highly exposed for the different regulations in the different industries because compliance is highly fragmented and they need a way to scale that. We see SESIP's approach, the divide and conquer through composition approach, to provide just that kind of a scale, for OEMs to be able to scale their compliance, to scale their compliance across different customers, to be able to sell products across different geographies without incurring a huge cost, on compliance and regulations. We continually work, because of the shared responsibility on compliance, we continually work with our industry partners, with our device partners, with our solution partners, and we do the best we can. Again, we rely on the experience and data to drive our decisions. And as far as SESIP goes, we are working with Azure RTOS, and we are also looking forward to the benefits that will come through the cross recognition of ECNPP and SESIP. So in conclusion, I want to go back to the original title of this topic. So what are the drivers and expected benefits for composition? So as a driver, we see new emphasis on consumer electronics, that is increasing the scope of what is going to be regulated. As a driver, there is compliance fragmentation across different governments and geographies. The velocity of change, seeing government go from regulation to enforcement, we're seeing that motion going faster and faster. We're seeing a compliance across, we're seeing the need for cross recognition, as you saw with the Singaporean and the Finnish cross recognition program. These are different, the need for cross recognition and need for, brings in the need for composition, and also manufacturer compliance exposure. So manufacturers, when they want to access different markets, if you're building for different markets, you're exposed to different compliance. And because of all of these drivers, we believe SESIP is the right solution to provide scale across different regions, scale across different industry verticals, and also a lower certification burden and certification cost if you approach certification as a piecemeal that can later be composed. So this is our view of SESIP. In short, this slide is saying compliance is fragmented, it is expensive, and SESIP will provide the ability to scale. So this is what I have for the audience today. In each of the slides, I left links for each of the topics. Please feel free to check those links for additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Estes. Any questions in the room? So I'm going to ask you, Estes, to stay on for the panel. I don't know if there are any questions online, Mike? No, not right now. And I'm going to invite Xavier Villarubla to join us to be the moderator for the panel. And we have also online Rob Coombs that will join and share his camera. And here in the room we have Bernie Riedkerten with Riskure, and Wouter Slegers with Trust CB, and Bruno Mussard that are going to join us for the discussion.
So thank you for all for being here. I think I'm going to start by giving a word to Bernie and Wouter. You are familiar with Bruno, with Eustace, with Rob, but could you please introduce yourself, because people are already familiar with the other panelists. Sorry, are we set? Oh, the mic, you need the mic, yes.
Yes, thank you.
My name is Bernie Rietkerken. I'm with Riscure. I'm one of the licensed labs for, so the evaluation labs for SESIP evaluations under the wings of TrustCB as the certification body. I myself, I'm with Riscure for 2.5 years now, and I'm responsible for sales and business development in IoT. In this Riscure, we provide services, evaluation and certification services in many different verticals. My colleagues are taking care of other types of business, and you can think of the media and entertainment, content protection business, payment business, automotive. And besides services, we also provide tools and training in the security industry.
Thank you, Bernie.
Bart Slegers, I'm the CEO and founder of TrustCB. I'm also the remaining culpable party for the first version of SESIP, so I'm a good target for any things that are still left in there that are bad, and all the good things as well, of course, all of us.
Okay, good. So all along the day we've been talking about SESIP. We've been getting familiar with it. We've got good explanations from different presentations. We've been informed on how SESIP is going through the regulation landscape, hopefully becoming a standard early next year or out of next year. We've also been looking at the regulation landscape and how SESIP can contribute to it, and on showing security compliance in a timely manner and for the market at a reasonable cost. And we've been walking through different SESIP use cases, and all looks very nice, very promising. But I would like for you guys to put the cherry on top of the cake now, the final point of the day, by giving your expert opinion on the value that SESIP brings into the ecosystem, right? So if you allow me, I will start with Bruno. As a semiconductor manufacturer and a security technology developer and maker, what you said earlier this morning is that when you face your customers, most of them they don't have knowledge or enough knowledge about security, and then you had to convince them about your products and so on. So from this point of view, how is SESIP supporting you? How you see the value of SESIP for you, and also even more important for your customers as well?
I would say that SESIP help to build trust. Definitely with our customer, we deliver some silicon devices, just like many people in the world, with some software example for covering what I explained about STM32 Trust, some around 12 basic security function. But beyond this, thanks to the SESIP process, the methodology, thanks to the description of the security function and the evaluation work done by the lab, that are state-of-the-art and independent facilities, we can build trust and we can exhibit robustness. So I would say the key word for us is to exhibit a level of robustness against common attacks, whether logical attack, physical attacks, remote attacks, sort of stuff. And thanks to that, the customer can focus on its application on the functionality side, while leaving at some point the security part and the complexity of this to the silicon vendor, having a set of evidences and don't have to necessarily have some sort of security expert inside the company and focusing on the application stuff first.
Okay, thank you. Then for Easters at Microsoft, Azure connects, monitors and controls billions of IoT assets, and as you said, you are seeing a big value into SESIP as a potential consumer and promoter of certified products. So how can SESIP help Azure to become even more successful in the way you are? And do you see on the SESIP assessing methodology and compliance strong and reliable support for Azure to be even more successful also for your customers, for your users?
Thank you for that question, Mike. So we see ourselves as building a platform, to enable others, to enable partners build on it, solution builders build on it, and at the end of the day, the whole solution has to be secured end to end, right? So, and that comes in the form of compliance, different levels of compliance, and security is one of them. And what I shared earlier in the conversation is that not only is that in the critical infrastructure and industrial IoT, it is coming to the consumer IoT as well. Okay, now one of the things to think about is where are the enforcement points when anything goes out of compliance? For industrial IoT, it is clear, it's the factory owner, it is the solution owners, because these are usually corporate entities. When it comes to consumer electronics, even though these regulations are happening, what is not clear is where the enforcement point is going to be. Is it going to be at the point of retail, where if a retail company sells a device that is not compliant, they are the ones held responsible? Is it the distributor to the retail? Is it the manufacturer? One commonality that we see is that at the end of the day, the manufacturer is going to be part of that. The device manufacturer is going to be part of that equation. Okay? They're going to be the one implementing, or they're going to be the one exposed to this compliance requirements heavily. So we work with device manufacturers for first-party devices, meaning devices that go into Microsoft data centers. We work to make sure that it is compliant. For third parties, like for other solutions that may not directly connect to us in terms of the device ownership, I showed the shared model of compliance. In those, there'll be heavy reliance on the device manufacturers on there. One way to gain compliance is to take each device and certify it according to the law from this country, according to the law from this country, according to the law from this industry, according to the standards of this industry. But that is not scalable, and that is what we are observing. It is not scalable. We believe that SESIP will provide the ability to piecemeal. So if you certify to one particular set of regulations, and then the certification is a composition of different capabilities, right? And if SESIP can capture those capabilities in piecemeal, then this can apply to others, to other certifications. So the way we see it is that SESIP is going to provide that language, that ability to piecemeal certification. And after piecemealing those certifications, you can then scale it across regions, across certification requirements. And again, the solution has to be compliant end to end. That's how we see it.
Thank you, Eustace. So now for Rob, ARM, you've created the PSA certified program and create a framework for secure connected devices with a good ecosystem. Labs, as you said earlier, ARM PSA certified program already issued more than around 129 certificates. So could that happen without SESIP? So if you would have not been relying on SESIP, would have been PSA that successful? And do you see the benefit on relying on third-party independent labs for certification as a key of success of PSA certification program somehow as well?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, good question. So we've been on a bit of a journey with PSA certified in creating that root of trust for the world. So we've got these 3 levels. At level 2 and level 3, they're based on lab-based evaluation, and you have to choose an evaluation methodology. We first reached out to think about using common criteria. We wrote a protection profile for that, but found it wasn't fit for purpose. So one of the value we see in SESIP is actually it does really work. So you can write a SESIP profile with your security requirements and analysis. You can use high quality labs. it's quite a, you can make a meaningful assurance level. So at level 2, we say it's white box, it's 25 days. It provides protection from basic software attacks. At level 3, we add in the physical attacker. And that means for the OEM that they know it's going to protect from substantial physical attacks. And that's important to some cloud service providers, for example. So it really works in a way that common criteria just doesn't. So when we saw SESIP way back, even before it became a global platform thing, we were hopeful that it would turn into a good standardized evaluation methodology, and it's really going in a good direction. So a lot of those 80 certificates for chips today were built on level 1, which is written assessment, matched into NIST and ETSI requirements, as well as our 10 goals. That isn't reliant on SESIP, but the level 2s and level 3s are increasingly moving towards SESIP as a really interesting evaluation methodology that's sufficiently, it's got the process, it's under a good CB, as I said, it kind of works. And that hints at another value that we see, which is making it efficient for the market. So if you can do your PSA certified root of trust once and then use it across different schemes and have it recognized, that's very valuable to the chip vendors. They don't want to have to do 5 or 6 different evaluations. And we're increasingly finding, that people are recognizing the value of PSA certified in defining that. And as I said, some of those evaluations are moving towards SESIP evaluation methodology, which we welcome. And it's also about scalability. So composition, good labs, a CB that's responsive, all of that helps work at scale. And if you want to be a global standard, as we do, then that really does need to work across, literally hundreds of chips eventually. And I think that SESIP is going to be helpful in that. Our big hope for the future on SESIP is that the people setting IoT, cybersecurity baseline requirements will actually move away from just writing it in English language with all its variabilities into writing them as SESIP profiles. Wouldn't that be great? If we all had a common evaluation methodology, we could reduce fragmentation, across the industry. Yes, today we're doing mappings, but that would solve the mapping problem if actually the people writing security requirements would also start thinking about writing them as SESIP profiles. So I think today it's sort of, there's a movement, I think particularly levels 2 and 3 towards SESIP. It's a standardized certification. You get the global platform logo as well as the PSA certified logo, so that's good for the chip vendors. And I think it's recognized as a quality scheme. So we're really hopeful that SESIP will carry on growing and be a source for defragmentation across the industry, just as we're trying to be as PSA certified, creating that root of trust for the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. So now, Bernie. Rescue is a well-known and recognized lab. So from a SESIP lab point of view, how you help device manufacturers, OEMs achieve the certification? What's the benefit of SESIP from a lab point of view?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we are all here in this business not to make business and make money. Of course, we are here to make money, but the essential goal is to make sure that the devices that go into the field are more robust against security attacks. That's what we are. So it's on the device level, and these devices need to meet all kinds of standards or maybe certifications or legislation that will come into place. But what if you would turn it around? What if SESIP would not be there? What if there would not be component level certifications in place? What if we would have to evaluate all of these IoT devices in all of these industries individually? We wouldn't nearly have enough labs like yourselves, like us, like all the others involved in this game, or security specialists in this world to do that work. So the fact that you can do that in a composite way by implementing a scheme like SESIP, that you can certify on component level and then make use of that on a higher level, on device level. That is something that we can bring to this market. And well, the benefit that we see from SESIP as a lab is, first of all, SESIP itself, the way it's being designed. It's designed well with composition in mind. That is a huge benefit of SESIP. So that helps us. Well, to go one step back, the SESIP methodology in itself is very well defined, very well recognized in the industry as well. We know very well how to work with that, how to work with the methodology, and also how to work with the certification body to help our customers in the best and most efficient possible way. And then, yeah, if the audience today would take a couple of things away from everything that they've heard, and I'm going to repeat some things, it would be two messages. One is composition, and the second one is mappings. Composition, SESIP is by design, it's suitable for composition, as we've heard before. That helps us as a lab as well to provide a very efficient service to our customers, because if something that they want to certify, if one of their subcomponents has already been certified before, we don't have to do all the evaluation again. So we can just inherit all the evidence from the previous certification and offer a very cost-efficient service to that customer. And then the second one was the mappings. So it's a similar story, but then beyond the SESIP scope, towards the standard, toward the device level certifications, we can provide a very nice service to check the compliance with those standards based on previous evidence. So I think that in that way we can help the world become more safe in an efficient way.
Excellent. So Walter, you're typically the last on the value chain, so you're not new for you. Yes. Sorry about that. So TrustCB is the certification body for both CSEP, selected by Global Platform, for PSI certified, selected by ARM. ARM PSA certified already delivered many certificates, 129, CSEP 23 certificates with several labs, with several vendors. Do you think SESIP is having right now a healthy ecosystem and it provides value, and that getting a certification linked to it is also really beneficial?
So are you asking whether it's at its current peak in volume, or?
I'm asking if the ecosystem we have right now is healthy enough, or do you think something is missing
to grow?
To grow to scale up in the future, and also the benefits of the certification itself.
Yeah. So we've been mostly traditionally looking. Most of the labs are SMART labs. Most of the early adopters are SMART adopters. So there's a very strong, let's say, silicon starting point for these kind of things. But we're getting add-on and more software things, like we just heard from Amazon and Microsoft, Azure, and all of these parties. But that part is at its early adopter phase. So what I hope to make SESIP a way to go forward is that we get the software platforms involved, and then the applications on top of that. That we get these vertical schemes that are essentially just a SESIP profile. Mm-hmm. And we have them now. One way of looking at PSA certified with the SESIP profiles is that it's that. Right? So in terms of the scheme, PSA certified and use these profiles, use the SESIP, the global platform SESIP infrastructure, and go. Now, my hope is that we have that then for the smart speakers, the doorbells, the fridges, that brings it down. To do that, we'll need to have more labs that can do the verification, the composition verification, easily and quickly on those doorbells. building on the work that was done on a high-end chip with lots of features in there. But there needs to be a quick check in a typically low wages country to verify that that certification that was based on a high-end chip is actually using all the guidance, it's the right version, and the thing is actually used. And it's not just stuck on that thing. So we need some sort of easy verification. Methodology is there, the infrastructure is there, but we'll see a growth in the system 1, 2-ish labs as these doorbell-like devices come into it's ready. It's just a matter of whether the market needs to demand it more so that these labs come on.
Okay, thank you. For the rest of panelists, any comments into that? Bruno, I see you're taking notes. Maybe you want to comment something?
No, it's
sorry.
And Bernie highlighted two key points. One is first, is the most important of all is composition. Yeah. So that's the next big challenge, and I think we are all looking forward to have a composition with application or additional components, just to enrich our ecosystem and prove even more that SESIP is the right standard and scheme to evaluate connected devices.
Okay. For those online, Eustace, Rob, or Bernie, anything else here? No. So I'm looking at the audience. Any questions from the audience, either here or those that are connected online? All quiet. I know. John?
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Wouter, you said that we need a lot more labs to be able to do that. Do we also need more CVs to be able to fill this lab?
Thank you, John. So I'm just going to ignore the commercial aspects to it. So one of the things the CB does is we align the labs. If there are multiple CBs, there needs to be a way to align between the CBs. To do that, there needs to be a trusted party to do it. The reason why we can do it is because the labs trust us. So we would need to have a place where there's a sort of meta CB to do that. And that's really hard to do. There are several examples of recognition agreements where that kind of mechanism is attempted. None are very good examples. So that is a hard problem. We don't really know how to solve that unless there's a good relationship between those CBs already. Volume-wise, not really. Right, so especially the lower certifications are not that intensive for the CB. So just pure volume-wise, it's easy for us to scale as one CB. But at a certain point, you see that also in the schemes that people want their own CB because they think they have more control over that, which is immediately in competition to the independence of the CB and its resistance against undue pressure of usually the scheme owners. So I have a difficult time seeing it, but to be honest, I am also in the domain where I don't want the hassle of trying to align with another CB.
Okay, because I agree with what you're saying at the higher assurance levels. But at the lower one, I think if I look at what's happening in Europe with the Cybersecurity Act, if we go to the basic and substantial, then we're using the CAB network. And I think there is definitely scope there to have it at the basic substantial level. But I think we probably will need governments or ANISA's support to find that harmonization there.
Yeah, and at the low room, just on the technical side, we need standardized test plans if you have that, you don't need a good CB. You just need a CB that verifies that the steps were done. Yeah, tick mark situation. Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Any question online? No? So I have some, at least one more question to any of you panelists who want to pick it up. So we've seen the value. You express what the value you see on every case and also for your customers. Now, how do we sell this value to how we promote it, how we make it known to the industry? How do we make, for instance, the national certified bodies, the national certification bodies, PSIs and SCIP, so on, are willing to embrace SESIP, and also how we sell the value of SESIP to the big IoT platforms like Azure. We know that Azure is having great plans for SESIP, and that's good. But there are other platforms, Amazon, for instance, or Alibaba. How you see that?
Can I suggest that Rob gives an answer on that? But
Rob, you've been appointed.
Considering that PSA Certified has done this outreach, probably the best of the current group.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the big software platforms, most of the world's chip vendors are using PSA Certified. I think the message around SESIP as a standardized evaluation methodology resonates well. I think a lot of people understand the issues around common criteria. It's good in some markets, but for connected devices, it's just a little bit too heavyweight. I think SESIP really fits the bill. So I think sell it as an evaluation methodology that can help defragment the world. I think that would resonate. And PSA Certified effectively is a layer on top of the evaluation methodology that brings the meaning. So for an OEM, what we're saying is that with this set of security requirements, you know what it is, the thing, with this assurance of X days in the lab and it's white box, or the physical attacker is either in scope not at level 3 or not at level 2. We provide the meaning on top of that, and they can do the same. So when they work on their, perhaps evaluating their own software platform, they can also, effectively align with those meaningful sort of levers that they can pull to say, look, we did this certification and it's against basic software attacks. And then we can align things nicely. So I think sell it as a flexible evaluation methodology, supports composition, enables scalability, and I think that will be the thing that resonates. A lot of people who know the security industry know that common criteria isn't the answer always, and I think SESIP fills a massive gap. And if we can encourage people to write their future security requirements directly into as SESIP profiles, I think that would be the next big step.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Anyone else? Bruno.
Just one word. From the semiconductor standpoint, I would say that SESIP will come through services. As long as we can deliver security services that are stamped with SESIP, I think the value will be there. We all align that it's bring value for silicon devices and so on. That's clear. But for, let's say, the general public at some point, if we deliver services around SESIP, thanks to silicon vendors, thanks to third-party companies, IT vendors, I don't know, for cloud connectivity and so on, it will be obvious at some point, I would say. As long as it's stamped with SESIP, we follow the methodology that is in place, we deliver the services, and that's it. And the customer focus on the application part, and that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. Yep. So I think we are almost at the end of the panel. Any final remarks you would like to make here, the panelists, Bernie?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any device makers in the audience online, but anyway, also our message to the outside world, especially to device makers, is currently on device level, certification is not really very active yet, but it will come. Legislation will come, and now we see device makers perhaps wondering what to do, which direction to go, and whether they should go for certification. Well, that might not be possible, but a step that they can take already is look into how can we get prepared, how can we make use of already certified components to be prepared for that future step, because that future will come. There will be legislation, there will be enforcement in not too far away. So it's my only recommendation is to look for already certified components to build your future products.
Yeah, good. So if there is no more comments on your side, I think we can close the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. So I want to say a big thank you to our sponsors today. So Winbond as a platinum sponsor, ST Microelectronics as our gold sponsor, and SGS Brightside as our supporting sponsor. So I really appreciate the support to make this event possible. All our speakers today, all our panelists, we appreciate your views, your participation. I hope you found the event useful and that you've at least, came away with something new from it. We had over 70 people joining online today, so I don't have the final numbers, but that's the number that I heard from the morning. So it's a great demonstration that we're still in hybrid mode with quite a few people here in the room and quite a lot of people online, and we appreciate the support of joining. If you want to learn more, we will put the presentations once we have all the permissions from the speakers online. We typically will write a blog with a summary and put the presentations online for people to be able to use it. If you want to be part of, defining what's the next step for SESIP, the mappings, and working together with us, I would suggest that you reached out to Eve here, which is the lead for the SESIP subtask force. If you're not a member of Global Platform, I would truly incentivize you to reach out to me to see how you can become a member. Ultimately, I think we're only successful if we make an impact, and the impact here is in simplifying without compromising the outcome of security. Is about reducing costs, and it's about making it accessible for device manufacturers to comply with regulations without making it extremely expensive and complicated, and which would turn out to be either an insecure device that ends up in a consumer's hand or potentially a very expensive device to be able to be secure. So that's what we're trying to achieve. We can only achieve it through collaboration, through conversations across different countries. So I appreciate that we had people from the US today joining us in all different time zones, joining in middle of the night, in early mornings, also with our European stakeholders. So the presence of Eurosmart and ETSI and ENISA, and EXO and Sensenelec that joined us today. So I really appreciate that. So for the ones online, thank you again. And we will put more information on Global Platform's website. We'll have our next workshop our next seminar will focus on Taiwan, and it will be on November 30th. So we'll be a version of today, but more focused on the Taiwanese market. I would incentivize you to follow that. It will be November 30th again. For the ones that are still here, that are here in the room, we're going to have some networking drinks. So just follow us as we leave the room. And again, thank you for coming to Barcelona. For joining online, and thank you for the support.